Hello and welcome to the Shea Hates Everything podcast, where two brothers argue about video games and other shit that matters. My name is Shea, and today I hate staying up late when I shouldn't be staying up late.
And my name is Kyle, and today I hate the Cybertruck.
Is there a specific reason you hate the Cybertruck? Did you try to get into a Cybertruck and cut your fingers on the razor-sharp edges of said Cybertruck?
No.
Did someone you know die because they got hit by the Cybertruck and there's no crumple zone on that stupid car?
The thing about the Cybertruck is that I like it in theory because of how dumb it is. And then
like a Homer Simpson kind of a thing.
Totally like a Homer Simpson thing. But then I saw one in real life for the first time.
Oh, damn.
It had a profound effect on me.
Yeah, I bet.
It made me angry. I was looking at it and I was like, I guess seeing it in physical form, I had the final realization of like all of the man hours and investment and manufacturing and infrastructure that had to be in place for this thing to fucking exist. Mm-hmm. And then someone actually bought it with real fucking money and drove it next to me.
It's a cult,
within my proximity, bro.
Yeah.
Uncool.
He says jump, and a bunch of dorks say how high. Like, a bunch of tech bro douchebags say how high. Like, he could be selling a kick in the nuts for $10,000, and they'd, like, lap that shit up. Like, yes, senpai, please, retweet me. Sorry, repost me, re-X me, whatever the fuck that jackass is doing over there.
Man, I don't know that I've ever experienced that before, where...
That's crazy.
Like, I think something is so... I thought it was hilarious. The Cybertruck was hilarious.
Right.
And it is the furthest thing from being humorous to me now that I've seen it in real life.
Yeah, I felt very similar, and I have not seen one. I'm lucky. I feel lucky for that. But a YouTuber that I really enjoy, Drew Gooden, he did a video just basically on how cars are getting dumber. Like, they're moving everything away from knobs and switches into touch screens, and those are breaking, and they're
terrible.
not as tactile, and they're more distracting. And a bunch of people that like work in engineering are supportive of the arguments that he's making. But of course, the video also turned into like, we have to talk about the Cybertruck. We have to talk about it. And so he's like, I'm dunking on this thing, and it doesn't feel fair because it's just I'm on the outside looking in, and he's like, I'm not going to buy a Cybertruck. One, because I don't have $100,000, and two, I'm not insane. But what he did do is, I guess there's like some kind of service, like an app that you can rent a human being's car for a day.
Okay.
So he spent like $700 to rent a Cybertruck for a day. And so he just like recorded his reactions and him driving it around. And there was an amazing moment because he made his poor wife ride in it with him, and she looked very unhappy and embarrassed. There was an amazing moment where he's talking about like, I definitely got some looks. Like, people were definitely vibing on the Cybertruck. And it cut to a shot of him driving by these two dudes walking on the side of the road. And as the Cybertruck passes them, they just flip him off as he's driving by. And I was like, yes, that's the only reaction. But anyway,
it's the appropriate response.
It made me feel similar to what you're describing, because that's how he described his experience of like, this is a dumb vehicle, but after driving it, it's just a bad car. Like, It isn't fun. It isn't quirky. It's just a poorly made, useless vehicle that costs a ton of money. What is funny is like the cult people buying that shit and just like self-owning themselves constantly. And it's that cult of personality where it does not matter. Like, the Cybertruck could murder their child and they'd still be like, but it was a worthwhile investment. Like, there's no convincing these people of anything, and that's what is funny to make fun of. So anyway,
I guess I just like that. That money could have gone. And yes, it's more sad than funny.
It's definitely sad. Yes. Don't even get me started on the recent news of yet another billionaire trying to go down to find the Titanic in his own submersible to prove everyone wrong. And we collectively are going, but we don't care. You're not proving anything. We are not invested in what you're doing.
No.
Rich people are stupid.
Yeah, it turns out when no one tells you no, you stop learning things.
Yep. There's a great John Mulaney bit about him working on SNL with Mick Jagger. of Rolling Stones
Yes,
fame, where like they were working on a sketch together and they were like writing it together, and John kept throwing out ideas and Mick Jagger was just so like rude, and he was like, no, and he goes, not funny.
Yeah.
And my favorite part is people were like, wow, you worked with Mick Jagger, was he nice? And John Mulaney's like, no, of course he's not nice. The man hasn't heard the word no in like a decade. He says Diet Coke and snaps his fingers and one just appears in his hand. Of course he's an asshole. Like, you can't blame the guy for it.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Anyway, I was originally going to make a comment about how we have a shit ton of stuff to talk about, so we shouldn't preamble. And hey, you listeners, you know what you're doing here. Like, you know what's going on. I do have to say, to my hate of today, I am kind of in like a weird mood today because I got like 3 hours of sleep last night, completely of my own design. I'm very lucky. I work from home. I can wake up at like 8 a.m., get ready, get my son's breakfast ready, and still be like logging in by 8:45 if I so choose. And so I'm very lucky, and I acknowledge that. And that has led to some bad behavior of me staying up late, because I'm like, who cares, man? Like, I can sleep until 8 tomorrow if I want to. But today I had to get up at 6, because I had a doctor's appointment.
Yeah.
And so I still stayed up late, and I stayed up, like, actually, I went to bed, like, almost at, like, 3 o'clock. And I had to get up.
I don't even remember the last time I did that. Holy crap.
And I wasn't doing anything cool. Like, I wasn't doing science or like writing a novel. I was just playing video games like a fucking idiot. I'm 36. So anyway, if there's some weird energy coming from me, it's because of that. And also the realization that tonight is definitely going to be a late night because we're recording this podcast.
Yeah.
So we should move on and start recording this podcast.
Well, also... weird energy maybe from me at some point because I forgot we were doing this tonight. I thought
Kyle,
we
that part maybe makes you look unprofessional.
No,
maybe that part we shouldn't share.
Well, no. Like, it makes me look human because I'll say my work week has been crazy stressful. Like, my boss isn't in town, my subordinate's not in town. I'm taking over both of their duties. My work has been insane, and so my personal life has been a shambles. And scheduling has been a mess. And so I was so not in the headspace. And then you called me on Discord. And I was like, hey, what's up? And you're like, all right, yeah, we're getting ready, trying to figure out my audio for the recording. I was like, wait, sorry, what? You're like, yeah, the podcast. I was like, shit. That's the kind of manic energy we are approaching today's podcast with.
Yes.
And it's great because there's a lot to talk about.
Yeah, it's gonna be a wild episode.
Yes,
I imagine. I'm running on sleep fumes, and you're running on like anxiety and lack of preparation, and so it's just the perfect combination for this podcast. Let's talk about some stuff. So we have, per usual, a bunch of games to talk about. A very eclectic group of video games to talk about today.
Yeah,
we're gonna start with our May Game Club, Another Crab's Treasure. We've got some other stuff you've been working on your PC. I've got some Steam Deck updates regarding my emulation journey. I checked out a couple of Steam Deck games as well. You've been playing some Destiny 2?
Uh-huh.
For some reason.
More surprising is the next one.
Yeah, and actual new games like XDefiant, which is also a weird one for you to play, but it's at least it's like timely.
I guess.
I've been checking out some Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, and then we got a shit ton of other things, some other non-video game stuff. I finally watched the Fallout show, so I wanted to cover that a little bit. And then we have a good dose of news. It has been quite the month in the video game world. At this point, it's old news, but some of you may recall Microsoft shut down a couple of studios earlier this month. There was the whole kerfuffle with Sony requiring a login to play Helldivers 2, which led to the game being delisted in almost 200 countries. There was a bunch of back and forth about that. it somewhat got resolved, but now also Ghost of Tsushima isn't available in a bunch of countries because you have to have the login for the Online Legends mode. So we'll cover that, a bunch of other news things, and then leading into the recent Sony State of Play that at the time of recording just happened a couple hours ago. So we're very fresh with some hot takes on a bunch of video games that neither of us want to play. And then we're going to have some fun and look ahead to Summer Game Fest and do some predictions. We'll cover all the big sort of, webinars at this point. Very little of it is going to be live.
They're video game TED Talks.
Yeah, sure. Jeff will be live, but no one else will be. Right. So we'll cover predictions for all the... there's a big list of... partners that have said, hey, we're partnering with Summer Game Fest, so we'll cover stuff we know about, some prediction level stuff, and then maybe some pie in the sky, probably not going to happen, but man, it's been 5 years since that game was announced. What do you think? Is it canceled or not? It probably is. And then we have got some emails, and then we're going to talk about June game releases and do our June Game Club game, which should be very fun. I'm very excited for that one.
Yes.
And then we'll wrap up and get the hell out of here, maybe by 1 a.m. local time. So, let's start talking about video games. What do you think?
We should postpone.
What do you think about video games?
I do know if you break the word in two, which some people do spell it that way, video is a form of photography when stitched together sequences of photographs creates what we call a video, a motion video.
Oh, so it moves.
It moves, yes.
It isn't just pictures. Is it like when you take a Post-it notepad and you draw little stick figures in the corner, it's slightly different on each Post-it note, so that when you flip through it makes the stick figure move? Is that what you're talking about?
Dude, it's exactly like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty I know things. I'm a game developer.
Oh? Okay.
My first game is called Post-it Craft 2, just to draw some extra eyes of wow, did I miss the first one? I work in marketing, so I get it.
You also put the word craft in there, so I'm in.
Yes. Oh, totally. That's some Steam SEO right there.
That's right. Well, hey, look, we have hold on. We have a whole podcast game dedicated to this conversation, mister. We are not playing it on this episode.
True. That's true. Yeah, I feel like it's been a while since we played. We'd probably hate that game.
Right.
Because our podcasts tend to be long as shit. And when we play that game, it takes 45 minutes to an hour. So we will get back to it on an episode where there's less news, if there is one. Okay, let's do it. Another Crab's Treasure. This game, I think, is a delight. I do not enjoy Souls-like games. It is just not the experience I am looking for in a video game. Another Crab's Treasure is right on the line for me. It is certainly not as difficult as a Souls game. It's an approachable version of a Souls game, but it is difficult enough that if I die 3 times to a boss, I'm done. I don't want to. I don't want to do that. That's just not fun for me. And that happen. Well, it's right on the line, right? Most of the bosses, I've played maybe half a dozen hours, maybe a little bit less, and done a couple of bosses. There was in that first big area, there's a little boss on the side, the little mini boss that you can fight, and he kicked my ass 5 times, and I just gave up because I knew I was I'll come back to him, and I haven't gotten far enough of the game to feel confident in coming back to him. But it's I think a lot of it is the humor and the style and just the cutesiness of the main character makes me rage a little bit less when I do die. And I also find the normal enemies to not be super difficult. There isn't a ton of enemy variety in the early going, at least. And it's pretty easy to figure out their attack patterns and just dodge out of the way and hit them. And so I don't know. It's hard for me to compare it to a Souls-like because I don't play those types of games. But if this is actually a Souls-like and Souls-like nerds wouldn't stick up their nose at it, I would say this is a fun one in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, I played about an hour and a half or so. Mm-hmm. And I did the thing. I ruined it for myself. I did the thing that I did with that first Star Wars Jedi game, with Cal Kestis. What's the
Jedi Fallen Order?
Fallen Order. Thank you. Where, because this is how playing linear video games has ruined me for open world games. Where in a linear video game, it's pretty usually clear what the critical path is, and so you always go off the critical path first to get all the stuff before going the way you're supposed to go. I did that in Jedi Fallen Order.
Because it's a recent memory, like The Last of Us, for example. Like, that's a linear game that has rooms that are optional.
Yes. I did that in Jedi Fallen Order, and I encountered a side boss that you're not supposed to fight immediately, and I banged my head against it like 4 or 5 times, and then I uninstalled the game, and I didn't play it anymore. I did that with Another Crab's Treasure, that side boss you're talking about. I fought him maybe 4 or 5 times. I was like, nah, I'm not really getting a feel for the combat. I really like the writing and the style. I think that stuff's fun, but if I'm going to be banging my head against this thing, I don't really feel like doing that. And so I stopped playing. So
yeah, I was
think
close
because like I was supposed to go to the castle or whatever, and I just never did that. I just immediately went to explore all the paths open to me, and that's just like what I've been taught to do, and it's a really hard habit to break.
I definitely did the same, and I just had to force myself to continue. Like, so I came up against that boss, died a handful of times, and then I turned the game off because I was like, I'm done for tonight. I'm going to play some Helldivers. That I know will be more fun. And I had to force myself to come back to it so that I could speak to more of the game. Because like I didn't really want to, but I made myself do it. And then I went to the castle. That's where you first find the shell systems, which is like essentially how the parry works. There's a big boss that you fight there who was pretty difficult, but I think I took him down on maybe my 3rd, 4th try. And then that was enough for me. And I haven't gone back to it since then, and it's been a week and a half. I may go back, I may not. I feel like I saw enough of what it's trying to do to, one, know that it's aping Souls-like games, which is totally fine. And know that that isn't like my style of game, but also to know that this is as close as anyone's ever going to get. Because like the humor is legitimately fantastic. Even like the opening sequence with the little what are those called? Like the grabber, plastic grabber shark guy. Yeah, like it's just super funny. Yeah. Just the whole conceit around, hey, we need you to pay your back taxes on this thing we didn't tell you about.
Right.
And you're gathering microplastics. Like there's just a lot of really fun stuff in the game. It's just like the combat stylings of a Souls-like and the like boss rush nature of a Souls-like is just super not appealing to me. And I'll also say that, granted, as someone who doesn't think FromSoft's combat is good, and I know I'll get hate for that, whatever, I don't care. I think that this is like too simple. At least when what I have played, it's too simple.
Right.
You get, as part of the different shells that you can get, they all have like a special move or a special ability that comes along with them. And that I think is a really cool, unique idea that makes it's not like you find a shell and you want to just hang on to it forever, because you won't. It will break after it gets hit enough times. And so you kind of have to adapt your playstyle on the fly depending on what kind of shell you can get. Mm-hmm. And when I say shell, for those that aren't familiar, like it's a bunch of random shit. Cans, a bottle cap, there's a banana peel that you can use as a shell, and they all have sort of different abilities that go along with them. And that I think legitimately is really creative and really fun to mess around with. It's really just the light heavy circle around behind them combat that I don't find super engaging. Like it's not enough to keep me wanting to finish it per se. I mean, who knows? Maybe, but probably not. But I really liked it.
Yeah, I wish it was a different kind of game because I liked the writing so much.
Sure, like if it was more of like an old school like action platformer.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it has the visual style and it has the level design to support that kind of game. It's the only thing that makes it a difficult experience is the way that combat is designed.
Yes.
And, I mean, enemies kill you in like 2 to 3 hits. So it's, again, that just makes it I don't know. It's the slow pace that is not my vibe. I want to swing and slash and jump around and do cool acrobatic things. That's why, like, when I was thinking, I was like, Spider-Man, Ghost of Tsushima, like, those games have a lot of momentum and combos and different options, and just this, like, stripped down, I'm gonna wait and perfect parry you over and over and over it's just not engaging to me.
Yeah.
But I know I'm in the minority there. Well, maybe not minority. I know I'm in the minority amongst, like, quote-unquote hardcore gamers.
Sure.
As we've talked about,
what lovely company you're in.
Yeah, you can't be considered a gamer unless you've beaten a Souls game.
That's right.
I'm not a gamer. Sorry. Sorry to the hundreds, like 700 plus video games that I've played in my life. I'm not a real gamer.
You're a lowercase g gamer.
Okay. I'm a single word video gamer. It only is 2 words when you beat a Souls game.
That's right.
So that's another Crab's Treasure. Great writing, really fun personality. I don't know if it would satisfy Souls-like fans or not. Like, I don't know if it would be challenging enough. But, like, I feel like if you love Souls games, Souls-like games, and you're looking for something that is different and fun rather than just punishing, then I think that this is a really good option. But if you just want another, like, you're like, oh, I just did Lies of P, I did whatever the fuck, the Wild Hearts, whatever that game. I guess that was more of a Monster Hunter game. There are a million. There are so many of them.
There are so many.
If you're just looking for another Souls-like game, I don't think this is going to do it for you.
Yeah, I would not recommend it in that frame.
Yeah. All right, man. Let's get technical. Let's, like, talk about personal computers.
Oh, this is your specialty.
Yeah. I mean, this is my area where I can move to capital G gamer.
Oh,
talking about
is it now?
PC specs with your i9s and your gigs of RAM.
Correct, yes.
Your hard drives, is that 2 words or is that 1 word? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. So what have you been doing to your PC?
It's accessory level. I got so I've been having a couple issues with both my keyboard and my mouse, both Razer products. I had the Razer Black Widow Stealth Edition, which they don't make anymore, keyboard, which is a mechanical keyboard, so it's nice and clacky, which I love. I'm sure you've all heard it through my microphone in the past. But it was double registering some key hits, and I didn't really feel like going in and, like, cleaning all of the underneath all the keycaps and, like, all the register stuff. I didn't want to clean all that out. And I'd had the keyboard for a while, so I felt like it was time for a new one. So I picked up the Razer Black Widow V4X.
Okay.
So it's version 4 of the Black Widow, so it's the latest version, and the X model is smaller and doesn't have all the bells and whistles of the Pro, but it does still have the macro keys, which I super need. And actually it has something that my Black Widow Stealth did not have, which is a media slider. It's like a little roller bar on the top, and I can, like, do my volume on my computer using that, which is really handy. Actually, I didn't think it would be. I thought it would be kind of like a gimmick thing, but I find myself using it pretty often. And yeah, it's a smaller profile. It feels like the faceplate is made of some sort of, like, plastic metal composite. I don't think it's actually aluminum, but it has sort of a metallic finish to it. I don't know. It feels like it's a sturdier construction. And they did some smart stuff with the cable routing on the back, so you can kind of choose which side that your cable comes out from, which is nice. So I got that keyboard replacement, and then I was using the Razer Mamba Elite, maybe? No, the Death Adder. The Death Adder mouse is what I was using. That's what I
have. That's what you I still have the same mouse that you got from me, like,
a million years ago.
Yeah, Razer Death Adder.
I have exclusively been using either the Death Adder or the Mamba. And I just kind of run through them because I use them so much. I've been using those products for a really long time, and I've been having some issues with the last couple ones that I've gotten. Like, my scroll bar will go bad after, like, just a few months and start double scrolling. This one, something was up with the laser. I tried cleaning the laser or the lens, not the laser. You can't clean a laser. Tried cleaning the lens, and it would still have this issue where even sometimes when I wasn't touching the mouse, it would slightly vibrate.
Weird.
Yeah, and like it was really distracting in like first person games because I wouldn't be moving and it would be slightly shaking. And I tried messing with the DPI settings and all that and didn't change anything. The issue was with the hardware, not the software. And so I follow a couple of Minecrafters that I still watch their videos on YouTube and stuff. And one of them is Corrales. And he was talking about how he just got an XDefiant mouse and he got their like extra light one. Oh, God, what are they? The XDefiant M4 RGB Ultra Light. And so I decided to go ahead and try that and pick it up. And I really like this mouse. I think it's really cool. So it's a very similar form factor to what I'm used to with the Razer products, but it looks like a piece of Swiss cheese where it has like holes all the way through it.
Weird.
Which, yeah, it's really funky, but it makes it super light, which is why they call it the ultra light. But that also has like cool implications for the RGB stuff inside of it, so you get more of that color profile coming through all the holes and stuff. But yeah, it's super light, which is great. And I find that my hands don't get sweaty because there's all these holes. There's like airflow underneath where my hand hits the mouse, so my hands don't get sweaty anymore.
That's nice.
Which is, yeah, it's like a really nice side thing. One of the unfortunate bits, though, is that because it has two programmable buttons on the side, I would always use the Razer software to assign different macros or keys to those buttons depending on the game that I was playing. And this brand does not have a comparable software to that. There's some freeware I've been looking into, so I might find something. But I've also found that typically in games, if there's a particular in-game function that I want it to tie to, I can still use that and like assign it in the control mappings. But I like to do it outside of the game because that can be really inconsistent whether games let you do that or not, or maybe I want to do like some sort of like an actual macro function, like program multiple inputs into a single button press. So I'll have to find a freeware, a free software that will allow me to do that. So that's kind of the only bummer, but I really like the mouse as it is. It's also red, which is my favorite color, which is dope. And it has a red braided cord, which is also super dope. So that's most of my upgrade. I got like new keyboard, new mouse. I'm feeling good. I'm still using my foot pedals when I game, my programmable foot pedals. I got a whole setup here, man. It's cool
Never
shit.
Need to leave.
Yeah, I roll 3 feet to my right to go to work.
Well, at least you have separation of space. That's important for productivity.
Yeah, a whole 3 feet. Like literally, when my standing work desk is in the sitting position, they are about 4 inches apart.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, I've also been getting pretty technical
with
some computers, and like a handheld version of
like a portable computer,
a personal portable computer. A PPC, as us #gamers call it. I've been continuing to mess around with my Steam Deck. I figured out how to get emulation working. Yay!
Nice.
Cheers! So I'm pretty sure I told this story on the last podcast, but as a quick refresher, I was trying to get EmuDeck working, and it just wasn't. Like it would just like load forever, and I would exit out, I would load it back up and go through the first couple of steps, and then it just kind of like runs in the background, and there's a little like sonic animatic that he's just like running as it's installing, and it brings up like the control panel, and it's telling you all the crazy shit that it's downloading and moving around,
right?
And it would always get frozen at like the same spot, and I was like, okay, I don't know what to do anymore. I was Googling. I finally got smart enough to actually Google like that step, like the literal language that was on the screen at the time, and discovered that there was a window that opened in the background that I needed to click OK on, and that was
awesome.
it.
That was it.
Yep. The thing that did make me feel better was that there was an entire Reddit thread dedicated to that same problem.
Oh yeah,
so
for sure.
it wasn't just me being stupid. It was everybody being stupid.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of tech support that I'm capable of achieving. Is hey, just open up this other window, you dummy. So I didn't have to do anything other than click a single button, and then it all worked fine. And I was extremely proud and sighed a huge sigh of relief that all of my emulators worked on the first try. I've opened up like a half a dozen different ones just to kind of spot check some stuff, and everything I'd put everything in the right folders. I had the right what's it called? The actual like emulators within EmuDeck. I had the right ones for each console that I needed. So it's very, very basic level stuff that is way over my head, and I was able to do it. And so I was really proud of myself.
Hooray!
Yeah.
Nice
and
job, Shea.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So that turned into me playing a handful of things on Steam Deck. I ironically started with I've been playing some demos and like other stuff and trying to find fun things to play. I did play an old game that I downloaded that I had been in my Steam library for several years, and I was like, oh, this is like a super simple first person puzzle platformer type of game. I can just play it really quick and make sure that things are working okay on my Steam Deck, because I've had, as we talked about last podcast, like I've had some bad experiences with some of the newer things that I've downloaded.
Right.
But this was Steam Deck verified, and I was like, hey, great, let's go for it. It's called Refunct, and it takes like 20 minutes to beat this game. I must have gotten it on a Steam sale for like 99 cents or something several years ago, and I thought there was going to be more to it than there was. It's basically just a platformer where these square platforms come out of the ocean, and you have to jump between them and touch them all. And when you touch one, like when you land on one, it turns it into grass. And then once you get enough of them, it opens up like a button on another one that you have to find a way to jump to. And you hit the button, which brings up even more of them. And it's like 6 or 7 rounds of that. So I finished that. And then at the end of it, then it's like, hey, now can you touch everyone? Can you land on every single one? And I was at like 94% complete already. So I was like, yeah, dude, I'm down for this. So I 100%ed Refunct. I jumped on all the platforms. And when you do that, some fireworks go off. And it lets you, when you jump onto the platforms after that, they all turn random colors of grass. So it was really fun to just jump around and like, oh, purple, red, green, yellow. And it was just a really cute, fun time. And it took me like 25 minutes, which is a beautiful, beautiful experience for the Steam Deck.
Yeah.
So that was a good time. And then I did play another demo. I decided to check out the Lysfanga demo. If you'll remember last month, I talked about trying to play 9 Souls that gave me that like colored bar error on that opening cutscene, which at the time I was like, oh no, is this going to crash my system? And Kyle, you had mentioned it's probably just like a Linux problem.
Right.
I had the same challenge with Lysfanga, but thanks to your educating me, I was smart enough to stick it out. And just after that opening cutscene, it all worked okay.
Okay.
The weird thing was like, in the demo, it's really just like the first maybe 45 minutes of the game. And you're unlocking new abilities and powers that work with the mechanics of the game. And it opens up a little tooltip with like a little, motion video that shows you how it works, or presumably that's what it shows, because those videos give me the red or the colored bar error. Like I can't see them, which was just really weird because it's not like a separate cutscene. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in the back end, but that was a little bit annoying. But the gameplay itself, like it's one of those where like I can see where it goes from there. So for folks that, if you're not familiar, it's basically, I liken it to the Clank puzzles in Ratchet and Clank: A Crack in Time, where you're on a timer and you are fighting a handful of enemies in like a trapped zone that you can't explore without finishing. But the time that you have to defeat all of the enemies is not enough to defeat all of them. So what you do is you go and you hit a couple, you kill them, and then you can press a button to basically reset yourself. And that first version of you will still act out everything you did, but now you have a second version of yourself to go take on the other enemies.
Right.
And they keep layering on additional mechanics where, like, as I mentioned, you get like special abilities that does like an AoE effect or allows you to dash a couple of times to move around the zone faster. And then eventually there's a level of complexity where there are certain enemies that, like 2 enemies that are on opposite sides of the zone that you have to kill at the same time. So you have to time out your runs to make it all line up perfectly, because if you don't, they respawn and then you fail. And it was fun. Like, it was surprisingly deep in the variety that it was showing me, even in the first hour of the game.
Okay.
I wasn't having that much fun with it. Like, I was impressed by it, but it wasn't really fun, which is, like, important, you know what I mean, when you're playing a game.
I agree.
So I played the demo. I see what they're going for. It's a game that, like, I'm like, yeah, I respect that. I get it. It seems like there is a ton of depth there, but I'm not super interested. The other problem with the game is, so it's sort of isometric in the way that it looks, and it's very like Greek god kind of environment. It didn't really show much story, if there is much story in the game, but just like the aesthetic is very like Greek god. Everything's gilded, and you know, you got your giant helmet with like the hair sticking out and that kind of stuff, but you're fighting these like weird looking demon creatures.
Okay.
And in the maps, the zones that you fight in, because once you get in a combat zone, it sort of traps you in there until you can solve the puzzle.
Sure.
And when you're running around in between them, there will be like little side alleys that like go nowhere. And like nothing really happens when you go, like you go down that area and you're like, oh, there's nothing here. I guess I'll run back and go the other way. And like occasionally there will be a little treasure chest that you'll unlock, like a new ability or, you know, a new weapon type or something like that. And then there are currencies that you use to sort of upgrade your health, and eventually currencies that unlock the number of resets you can do. So I think it starts out where you can have like 3 versions of yourself at once, and you unlock a 4th one, a 5th one, etc.
Okay.
But it was just weird that like it made me feel like I was wasting time because there was no value add, and like there's nothing to do there. The world isn't interesting enough. Like there's no like audio logs or notebooks. Like I'm not discovering any lore or story or other characters. It's just like a dead end. And it makes it feel thing. I guess it could be. It just makes it feel unfinished, which it is not. It's not a early access game to my knowledge. So yeah, that I thought was a little weird and sort of off-putting. But the puzzles, I guess like the combat puzzles themselves, I think are like really impressively constructed. Just didn't have that much fun. Okay. Not in an overly negative way. Like I don't think it's bad. It just wasn't for me.
Yeah, I thought, like, I remember seeing it like unveiled at a showcase or something, and thinking it seemed interesting. I think I had a bad experience with Hades, and I thought kind of the perspective and the combat reminded me a little bit of Hades.
Oh no, Hades has got way more going on.
Yeah, so this is like much more simple.
The combat is like you got like a heavy and a light, and like some of the special moves like I mentioned, but the real like combat challenge is orchestrating the different versions of yourself to time things up and to kill all the guys within the time limit that you have. It's not like there's not like power creep or like, there isn't a lot of dynamism to the actual combat itself. There's not like that freedom of expression of, oh, I'm going to put these moves together to make this combo and these different types of enemies. It's the actual fighting is pretty straightforward.
Okay.
But, I mean, I loved Hades. So it's hard for me to compare for your perspective.
Yeah.
But yeah, so those are the big Steam Deck games that I played. And then I've been playing like a lot of Pokemon Fire Red.
Hell yeah.
Like a lot. I've played like 40 hours of that last month. I have the first 4 badges. Because I have a bunch of Pokemon games on my emulator, and so I'm kind of play whichever one speaks to me in the moment as I kind of work my way through them and take different approaches to which Pokemon I want to use. So like the last time I played through, which one was it that I played on Switch? Might have been Pokemon Shield, maybe. That like I specifically told myself, hey, I'm going to use weird Pokemon this time through. Like I'm not going to use the go-to guys. Like I'm not using Geodude. I'm going to use a random guy. So I'm just kind of using the ones that I like in this one. So I think right now I went with Squirtle. So my guys are level like 37, I think. So I've got Blastoise, Scyther, who's the best bro. I went ahead and did Jolteon, Growlithe, and I do have a Graveler and Kadabra, I think, is my crew right now.
Okay.
I'm on the fence about Scyther because I love Scyther because he screams his name and it's insane. Scyther! But he sucks. He's not good. He doesn't learn good moves. He can't learn fly despite having wings. He learns
Scyther.
like almost no bug type moves despite being a bug type. He is weak to fucking everything because he's bug and flying type. So he's kind of dragging my party down a little bit. I had a Gloom because I needed someone who could learn cut, and then I caught a Scyther in the Safari Zone. I was like, hell yeah, dude, Scyther, that's my boy. And I'm kind of regretting it because Gloom at least has like type usability because he's got Sleep Powder and
you got like Giga Drain and stuff.
Giga Drain, so like he's got some utility, and Scyther just like he's got like wing attack and cut and fucking nothing. So my Jolteon just learned Pin Missile, so now I'm like even more prone to maybe skipping Scyther since the bug utility isn't even there. So I don't know. I need somebody with cut, but what?
Who would fill the spot? If you
I guess
Scyther?
I would go back to Gloom. I had been using Pidgeotto, but I had to get rid of him for Gloom because I just needed somebody that had cut. And so
Pidgeotto's such a basic bitch Pokemon too.
Well, I really like Pidgeot. Like it just looks cool. I would, and it's nice to have a Pokemon that knows fly in your party so that you don't have to run back to a Pokemon Center in order to pick it out of the computer and stuff. But yeah, I was just looking through the list because it's been a while. There's a surprisingly few Pokemon that can learn cut in the original game. And that's really annoying because you need cut a lot.
Right.
So, but yeah, it's been a really good time. I'm doing a mixture of like power leveling and just trying to, vibe my way through. It's fun. I will say that I've had an issue, I don't know if it's an emulation problem or what, just like little bugginess. I've had a couple of my saves get corrupted, and you can only have one save in those games, which is scary. The positive is it's like, hey, we couldn't access your save, so we're going to load the previous one.
Okay.
Which is nice, but also makes me like, so then why am I not allowed to see my multiple saves if you are clearly keeping track of them on the back end?
Right.
So I've never lost more than like half an hour, 45 minutes. It still is a little tedious, but it's not that big of a deal.
Interesting.
The most fun I'm having with it is that I am not playing with my kids, but like they're part of it. They always like to watch the Pokemon evolve, and they like when I'm power leveling, they're like, oh, use this guy, use this guy, use this guy. So I've been letting them help me nickname all of them. And so we've got some pretty great nicknames.
Nice.
When I caught my Ekans, my daughter wanted to name him Slithery, which that's a pretty good name for an Ekans. The Pidgey that I caught, Penny wanted to name him Pig. I don't know why. Maybe just because Pidgey looked a little bit like Pig, so I have Pig the Pidgeotto.
Nice.
And then one that I have two that I'm very proud of. My Growlithe is named Firedough. Get it? I told my wife and she audibly groaned at that one, which made me really proud. And then my Jolteon, originally, because I nicknamed it when I got the Eevee, I named him Adamand.
That I do not get.
So what's the Pokemon's name?
Did you say Jolteon?
Well, so it was an Eevee when I got it. And I named him Adamand. So if it's Adamand the Eevee, Adamand Eevee, Adamand Eevee.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
So I really liked that one. And I did tell you, I told you this, Kyle, via text, but I did name my rival Kyle. So
yeah, well, yes, of course.
Get fucked. My character's name is I named my character Rusty because please don't steal my identity, but my middle name is Russell, and I have never once been called Rusty, and I've never asked to be called Rusty. But I was like, naming him Shea is boring. I'm going to name him Rusty instead. So, Rusty the Pokemon trainer. He's bound for the Elite Four.
Yeah, that game is still really good, huh?
It is extremely good.
Yeah.
I recently went back and reorganized my top 100 games of all time because I'm a crazy person. I have not added new games since 2019. So I did go back through and like pulled out the games I need to add, and there are like 15, which is going to be tough to cut 15 games from my existing top 100. But as part of that, I was like, hey, I haven't updated this in like 4 years. Let me look. Have my feelings changed? And so I ended up moving some stuff around. Pokemon did not move around. Pokemon Red and Blue and Yellow did not move. They are still at number 3.
Nice.
The fucking third best video game ever made.
That's
Damn
a good
straight.
spot. That's a good spot.
Yeah. All right. So how about we go in the completely opposite direction of Pokemon and talk about these like super dope live service shooters that you've been playing, because these are totally your style of game.
Yeah, here's the thing, man. My buddy and I were trying to find a new game to play, and we keep talking. Like, so we keep playing these games for a little bit, and then we'll bounce off of them. We'll try and find another one. We'll bounce off of it. And it's like, man, wouldn't it be nice to just have something that we could go back to and play all the time? Because like Helldivers 2 is a lot of fun, but neither of us can play too much of that because it is a lot of the same thing over and over again.
Yes.
It'd be nice to have something with a little more variety to be able to go back to. And we couldn't find anything. And then XDefiant dropped, and I was like, I don't play competitive multiplayer games anymore. But I need something to do this evening before I go to bed, so I guess I'll install XDefiant. I played it for 2 hours, and by the end of the 2 hours, I was so fucking angry.
Ugh.
Oh, and you know, like the feeling.
Yes.
I was so mad, and I was like, I knew this was, and then I was mad at myself because like I knew this was gonna happen. How many times do I have to teach myself this stupid shitty lesson that I cannot play?
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
That's right. Exactly. Oh man, I don't have anything interesting to say about XDefiant other than this is so not my scene. It is so not my scene.
Do you feel like it's I mean, I know you haven't played Call of Duty in years.
I think it's a totally competent version of that. Yes.
It's like is it a good alternative to something like Call of Duty?
It seems like it might be. But it's also it's a little less Call of Duty, and it's a little more objectives focused, I think.
Okay.
Because I guess Call of Duty also has a lot of objective modes, but when I think of Call of Duty, it's
never
TDM or it's kill confirmed.
Even if it's objective modes, no one gives a shit.
Right. Yeah. This play, it's a little, it's the pacing of Call of Duty with objective focused, with a bigger objective focus like an Overwatch or something.
All right.
So it's a little different in that way.
It's got like hero characters too, right? Like different classes that have
different classes stuff. Yeah.
Like you aren't making a class from scratch.
Correct. Yes, they are. Yeah, they are kind of like hero. Because like ostensibly, it's their version of other Ubisoft properties, like characters that are not from those properties but are inspired by or in the costume of those properties, kind of. So like the stealth chick looks like she's in a Splinter Cell outfit, that kind of stuff.
That's fun.
Sure. It really just makes me mad that they haven't released a new Splinter Cell is really all it does.
Fair enough.
So I played that for an evening, and we'll never play it again. And then my buddy and I, we remembered that the final shape for Destiny 2 is supposed to drop, and I think it's the day after this podcast goes up on June 4th. I'm like, hey, what if we got back into Destiny 2? Because he and I played a lot of it back in the day. He played more of it than I did, but and they have a special going right now where you can get Last Light in the annual pass for like $20, and all the other story content is, I believe, free right now. So you can play all of the campaigns and in preparation for Final Shape. So that's what we did. We played all of the campaigns. You
did this on PC?
Yes, I'm playing on PC, but it's
because I think one of the I think something got uploaded to PlayStation Plus, and it might be Lightfall, but that was the most recent one, right?
I
think it is.
Yes.
I think I vaguely remember seeing that they had added a Destiny 2 thing to PlayStation Plus.
Okay. It's probably Lightfall. I don't have PlayStation Plus anymore though, so it wouldn't have done shit for me. But yeah, Destiny 2 still feels great to play. That's the thing that I keep coming back on it with, is like, as a video game, it feels great. I think structurally, it is a huge mess now, and it makes sense because it's at the end of its life cycle. I really hope they're able to figure some of this stuff out for a Destiny 3 and streamline some of these things, so that people who aren't participating in all the seasonal content aren't completely lost every time. Like, that's a problem that Warframe hasn't ever figured out how to solve. They've certainly improved it over time with Warframe, but it is an absolute mess to try and jump into that thing. It's just systems on systems on systems. And Destiny is approaching the same thing. It's the bane of live service games. Figuring out how to do that properly is really hard. And even one of the most successful live service games, Destiny, still can't fucking figure it out. So like, getting through that has been fun, but also very confusing and a bit of a slog. But now we're all caught up, and my buddy's trying to do all the seasonal stuff. I'm not interested in that. I just wanted something to play for a little bit, and then next week we'll be able to play the Final Shape when it drops. So
so you will play that then? You will go back to that.
I am gonna get Final
just through
Shape,
like the campaign, or
I'll play the campaign, and then so I believe the way it works is like they have like the powerful gear stuff. Like, so the seasonal content is actual story stuff. The powerful gear stuff that you do, that's the grindy, like the strikes and the bounties and stuff. So I remember. So I will probably do the seasonal stuff for Final Shape just to see the story all the way through, so that I feel caught up for when they drop a new Destiny game. But
the thing I'll say about Final Shape, and I only know this because my favorite YouTuber, Skill Up, he's like a huge Destiny head, and he just uploaded a preview video the other day, and he did like a 40-minute review on some fucking space RTS game that I can't even remember the name of, and I still watched it just because I love his content. So he did a big Destiny video, and so I watched through it. And in the Final Shape, the way that they're doing the open area stuff, like the open zones, is it's a single player instance. So you can still play as like a fire team of up to 3, but they've tuned things for solo play, which I think is really, really smart, and I'm annoyed they didn't try to do something like that in an earlier expansion. Yeah. So I say that because, like, that might be something that you end up potentially getting into, because you can play it by yourself and feel like you're not underpowered or missing a bunch of things. Obviously, there still will be all the big things in the raid and all that shit, but like the actual open area exploration is specifically tuned for single player. Because that was my problem with Destiny, is I mostly played it by myself, and all the big zones where I was grinding stuff, it was boring by myself. Yeah. But this, I guess the pitch is that it's a little more condensed. There's more going on. Okay. There's more variation in like the open world events that happen. So that part of it looked pretty cool.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, that sounds interesting. I have the issue though of, and I do this in most games. I think I've talked about it before, but I find a way to play, and I stick with it. And so for Destiny, I use the Hawk helmet that makes my solar golden gun ability a single shot instead of several shots. It makes it a single really powerful shot. So it's like that. I will always have that equipped, and I will always be the solar subclass, and I will always do the golden gun thing. Like, it's like I have no interest in like learning another subclass and doing all, like figuring all that shit out. So it's just kind of like I am pretty set in my ways in terms of how I'm going to play it in that respect. And like going through the latest expansion, they added that new, like, the green subclass, the Strand subclass or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I will say I'm really glad my friend was playing it with me, because every time they would make you try and make you do things with the subclass, I'd just make him do it, because I didn't want to pick the thing up and learn the ability. So he just did all that, and I would just kill the ads. And Which is like, maybe that's kind of shitty, but
yeah,
I
would
the
like,
way I am about it, you know.
Video games are a hobby. You
Yeah.
should have fun when you're playing video games. You should play video games in the way that is fun for you. But it doesn't feel like that is fun for you. It feels like you're like being lazy.
I think it's both. It's comfortable, and I'm not looking to like branch out when I'm playing Destiny 2. Like I'm not.
But that's the kind of game where you would need to, because it's so monotonous. Like you need to make your own fun.
Well, yeah, then I go play something else. Right.
You're not willing to put forth the effort, which is completely reasonable.
Yeah. And it's not a fault of the video game. It's a way in which my brain is broken.
Maybe it's part because the game isn't necessarily putting you in positions where you feel the need to change classes, for that example.
Yeah.
Like, you know, obviously in the story missions, it would have had I not made your friend do it.
Totally.
But like out in the open world, when you're just playing it casually, it's not forcing you into using all the things at your disposal.
Correct.
I will say another thing about the final shape that I saw, which seemed really cool, like the build crafting for the different class setups with the new, I don't remember what it's called, but the new class type. It's basically like an amalgamation of all the other class types where you can pick and choose different, like, oh, I want my grenade to be a solar grenade. I want my special to be from this other one. I want this thing to be from this other one. And you sort of mash them all together, which again, that seems fun,
yeah,
and also the type of thing you would do
at the end
of a game's life cycle, because people will find out how to break the game very quickly with that structure and how to make super overpowered stuff.
Right. Hey, as long as my Nighthawk helmet still works, that's all I care about.
This doesn't have crossplay, does it?
I don't know.
You would think it would, with Sony owning them now.
Does Destiny 2 have cross-play? Provides the opportunity for players across PC, Xbox, and PlayStation platforms to join forces and play online together. Bro, do you wanna play Destiny 2 with my buddy and I?
I super don't.
So here's the thing. We have a chat, the three of us, a Discord channel. My friend messaged you 8 days ago in that channel, hey Shea, when's the last time you played Destiny 2? And you never acknowledged the message. You've sent other messages. You never acknowledged it.
Okay, well, first of all...
And then he just sent another message today while we were recording this to ask, but what about Destiny?
All right, I don't want to take this thing off the rails when we talk about like a Discord chat for our listeners of the podcast. My computer is a hunk of garbage. This thing is like 20 years old. Things do not work on my computer anymore.
Get Discord on your phone, bro.
I do have Discord on my phone, but I don't open it because when I'm working, I've got Discord on my desktop when I'm working on my Mac.
Okay.
And occasionally, like every couple of days, frankly, Discord will just break and I won't be able to open it. Even when I try to right-click run it as administrator, it just will not load. So I have to uninstall Discord and reinstall it.
Oh my God.
I know. Oh yeah, I know. That happened like a week or so ago or whenever that was. And I just was too lazy. I was too angry and lazy to go through that process. So I just today, right before we started recording, remembered that Discord was not working. Remembered that I needed Discord to work so that you and I could talk, on the podcast.
Yeah.
And I was able to get it to start, actually. And that's when I saw the message, not about Destiny, because he had messaged again since then. So I missed the Destiny message. I did not ignore it. If you're listening, I did not ignore the message. I didn't see it because I saw the most recent one and responded to that.
So
was that him trying to convince me to get Destiny 2?
Yes, officially on the podcast, recording it. Will you play Destiny?
Here's the problem, though. It comes out next week. I can't play next week. Because our mom is visiting me for like 9 days. So I won't be able to play during the week. So if we were going to play, you guys would have to wait or replay it with me, which would ruin the whole thing.
Well,
and I know you're not going to do that.
Well, no, I probably have to wait anyways because I'm leaving on a trip on Thursday. So I probably will barely have time to play anyways. What'll probably happen is our friend will, on one of his characters, play it on his own, and then on a different character, we could all play it together.
Let's talk about this offline. To
Okay.
use stupid work corporate terminology.
Yeah.
Because I'll need to think about it, because I have not played Destiny in like a year and a half.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there's a lot of stuff I would need to play to like be able to play the new one, I would guess.
No, they bump you up
like
to
auto
whatever.
level me?
Yeah, they bump you up to whatever
But like
the soft cap is.
I would want to play the other campaigns and stuff.
Sure.
Because isn't it like this is the final shape? It's like the end of it's the culmination of the story.
Right.
I would get nothing out of it if I just played it. That'd be like watching Return of the Jedi as your first Star Wars movie. Like I watched half of Episode 1 in an airplane, so I'm gonna watch Return of the Jedi. I'll be able to figure out what's going on, right? Like that's what that's like.
Just like my friend, you could watch a 6-hour Destiny lore video instead.
I'm not going to do that. My name is Bife. I remember he was like the go-to back when I cared about Destiny. We have talked about Destiny for way
longer than it merits.
This is not a Destiny podcast.
No.
But I'm probably... You asshole. I don't want to. I want to play Destiny 3. I hope, and I have to imagine that next is Destiny 3.
Yeah.
The way that they're pitching this, the way that they changed the class structures, the fact that Sony just paid several $billion for them.
Yeah.
Like, Destiny 3 will sell a ton of copies. That's how you get people to care. I have to imagine they will do it next, but that's gonna be years away. I hope I hope that's what it is, because I will definitely play Destiny 3. As a fresh start, I would definitely check it out.
Yeah, me too.
There you go, Sony. There's one sale.
Mm-hmm.
All right. More recent games. I played some Prince of Persia, Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown. I hate the name. I hate that name.
Yeah. Which one is this? Is this
the new one?
Yeah, but which new one is this?
Sorry,
the roguelike
it's not
the
the new
Metroidvania?
One. Yeah, it's not the new one. This is the Metroidvania. This is the one that came out in January, I believe. I hate the name. I always forget the subtitle. I had to write it down in order to remember it. So yes, not to be confused with The Rogue Prince of Persia, which just launched in early access on PC.
Right.
That is from the Dead Cells support crew. So that's more of a actual like roguelite.
Yeah.
This is a Metroidvania. Like I guess it's got it doesn't have really roguelike elements. But anyway, I think it's very well made.
Where's the butt?
Okay. No, I'm just not super into it.
Okay.
I really want it to be. I liked the opening sequences. I think the sense of movement and verticality and exploration, I think, are all really well crafted. It has really awesome ideas around how to manage your map. So you can, when you open up your map, you have two options. You can like choose icons, Zelda Breath of the Wild style, to like litter your map with like, oh, here's a really hard enemy, or oh, here's a treasure chest that I can't reach, like that kind of stuff. And then you can also take a picture of your screen in the game and append that to a place on the map.
Oh, okay.
So you could do something similar to say like, oh, I don't know how to get up to this spot yet. I'm going to take a picture, put it on my map, and that way I remember where that thing is.
That's a really good feature.
It's a very cool idea. And then there are also like the typical icons where like there's effectively the campfires from a Dark Souls game. Like it has that kind of mechanic in it. It's like the save points that heal you and respawn enemies.
Okay.
Those are automatically marked on your map, things like that. I think there are a couple fast travel points too. But I think the biggest falling down point for me, because like Metroidvanias can be pretty hit or miss. It's not a genre that I'm like always into, but there have been Metroidvanias that I fucking love. Like, I mean, we just did Games That Don't Suck 1997. Castlevania Symphony of the Night is a great example. Like, Guacamelee were two of my favorite games of the past couple generations. There are Metroidvanias that I really like. I think what's missing here is, one, the combat is very simple, at least in the first, 3 hours that I've played. I just unlocked recently the bow, which allows you to better handle some flying enemies, and also there's like a mechanic where you shoot these little baubles and it like expands a flower to allow you to jump to new areas. That's sort of like timing based.
Okay.
And I know you unlock other additional abilities to like freeze time, which is the actual like tying into Prince of Persia-ness of it.
Yeah.
Which I have not gotten to that yet. So I know there is more depth that gets added, but the actual like moment to moment combat I find pretty standard, and it also has that like not ultra difficult, but like a regular enemy can take you down in like 3 hits. And so that just feels like, again, it makes me feel like I have to be extra patient when I'm fighting, and I just get bored doing that. It also has a bunch of bosses. I think the bosses are really smartly designed. They're like pretty difficult. There was one sort of mini boss, side boss that was like hidden, and he was kind of guarding this thing that it took me maybe 4 tries to beat him. All the others, like the actual big story bosses that I fought, of which I think there were like 2 or 3, I beat all of them on like my second try. But that's what I want. Like, kick my ass the first time. Let me see what some of your mechanics are, and then I want to be able to beat you on my second try. And that's like perfect difficulty for me. So yeah, I think there are a lot of pros and cons. The other big thing that it's lacking, which something like Guacamelee really excelled at, was just like style. And it doesn't need to be funny, it doesn't need to be quirky, but a unique sense of style. This game's atmosphere I find to be extremely like vanilla and straightforward. None of the characters are interesting. The writing's not particularly engaging. The main character has some of that like smarmy, douchebaggy, like overly chatty protagonist to him that I don't find super off-putting, but it's just not good enough to make me like the character. So that's been, honestly, the biggest thing that's holding me back from continuing on is I just don't have a lot of faith that the story or the characters or the world are really going to grab me. And then it's just falling back on admittedly really good exploration, but kind of subpar combat. And it's not doing it. It's not doing it for me. So I'm going to continue to chip away over the next month, give it another shot, and see if kind of I get more into it as I uncover additional mechanics. But yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed. I was really looking forward to this one. And I definitely want to check out Tales of Kenzera Zao, which is another Metroidvania.
Yes.
This is the one made by the dude whose father passed. He voiced Bayek in Assassin's Creed Origins. And that one, what I have seen is that the story and the characters are great. And it has really good voice acting.
Right.
So that's the kind of thing, like, that'll make me care more and be more invested. So hopefully that one hits me a little harder when I check it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's always kind of been the problem with Prince of Persia, though, right? Is that the story is just never that interesting. The Prince of Persia has stuck around for so long because the mechanics were cool.
Yes, and unfortunately this game is lacking a lot of the cool, like, time rewindy stuff. Yeah. It's got a little bit of that once you get it later on it, but I feel like the main characters in Prince of Persia have always been pretty good.
Yeah, just not memorable.
They've got that, like, effortlessly cool dude, like an Ezio from Assassin's Creed kind of vibe.
Yeah. But
they're not outstanding, but
right. I do think he's a little more, like, has always been a little more punchy. You know what I mean?
Well, but they've I mean, not always, but like the main games, and then they rebooted it in like whatever 2012 with like the kind of cell shaded one,
right?
And then this one, like, they're all different characters. They're not all the same guy.
They all kind of play, like, characterization is similar in all of them, isn't he? Like, isn't he always kind of like a little jokey?
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah. I guess in this one, this is going to sound pejorative, and I don't necessarily mean it that way. Like, he comes across a little more like Gen Z.
Oh, for sure.
His personality.
Yeah. It's the Marvelification of every main character.
Yeah. He's just like, he's overly like witty in a way.
Yeah.
But not like in a cool Han Solo effortless way. In right. in a
someone wrote this for me kind of way.
yeah. Exactly.
Yep.
So yeah, pretty mixed. Not my favorite. Kind of disappointed, but I do think it's a high quality game, and coming from Ubisoft, that is very high praise.
Yeah, you know what? Claps for that. We'll take it.
Yeah. And then I've also been fooling around with Rusty's Retirement, which is a game you brought up last month. I just actually booted it up today, had it running all day in the background. I had to close it because I was worried that my PC would light on fire if I tried to run that game and also record this podcast. But it is not a game I will be able to have running all the time because it is far too distracting for me. It's really fun. It's very cute. I don't play a lot of those kind of cozy games. like the farming simulator style, the Stardew Valleys and what have you.
Yeah.
So I can't compare the depth of those mechanics as well as you could that we talked about last month, but it's very cute, it's charming, and it's I love the idea just to make it like a lower third kind of game that's the whole point. It's an idle game that sits in the background.
I can't believe no one's really done it yet.
Yeah. So really like it.
Awesome.
And also like it has great music. The problem is that when I'm playing it, I'm like watching a YouTube video or writing something, and so I have the music turned off, and so that feels like a waste. But the music is really good.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess it's sort of related. You have a handful of games that are like all your games.
Yes.
So there's a block of games that are all like not necessarily cozy, but cozy for you.
Yes.
Like the farming, factory building, and then there's the other that are like the creepy survival games.
Right.
And those are like your two genres. So
pretty much.
Let's talk about the fun ones first.
Okay. Well, they're all fun.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah. So Farm Together 2 came out in early access. This is a game I played like over 100 hours of the first Farm Together. For people who don't know what it is, it's like Farmville, but it's like full 3D, and you can like decorate your farm. You're growing your crops with like real time timers on the growth of the crops and stuff, and you can like the decoration is a big part of it, and you can level up your crops, and when you level them up, you're like the more you grow them, the better yields you get from them, and et cetera, et cetera. Farm Together 2, it's in early access right now. It's interesting because I came to Farm Together late, and it's a for the sickos like me out there, it's a very like it hits really hard. Like people are really into Farm. Like there's a Steam review of someone with like 10,000 hours in Farm Together. Yeah, like they just leave it running all the time, and like that's like they have a Farm Together PC, and like that's what plays over there all day.
Wow.
Yeah, for sure. There are people like that, just like there were people who put 10,000 hours into Farmville on Facebook. Back in the day. So I think they're actually the same people. I think they just graduate because they don't have it on Facebook anymore. They graduated to Farm Together. So look, if you liked Farmville, I cannot recommend Farm Together 2 enough because it hits all those same notes. It's fantastic. It's also interesting to be in it from the beginning this time as opposed to coming to it late when like it had everything. I will say it's a little content light right now, but they are adding like new crops, new animals, new decorations and stuff almost every week, which is cool. And the way you unlock stuff is by getting certain crops to certain levels, you'll unlock the ability to plant like new crops. And you have like a player level and a farm level, and as you level up your farm, you get access to more decorations. Also, some crops and animals and stuff are gated behind your farm level. But the big new addition in Farm Together 2 is a town that you go to sell all your stuff. Before, you would be selling all your stuff at like these stations that you would build on your actual farm. Here, you're going and like building shops in storefronts in a city and like leveling up those storefronts so you can sell more. They'll give you more currency or whatever when you sell stuff there, etc., etc. So like that's like a cool new thing. There are also some so you used to get quests in the first game from a station, like a quest bounty station kind of thing. Here, like you go to the town, and on like a refresh cycle, some of the NPCs in the town will have quests that they want you to fulfill for them. So it's like it's a little different in that regard. But yeah, I like it a lot. It feels really good. I play it every morning when I get up before I log into work, get my farm going.
Nice.
And they sped up a lot of the. So my big problem with the first game was how slow all the animations were, and it would just take you for fucking ever to get through your farm, especially if you have like a massive fields of stuff. In this one, they sped up all the animations, and they did a bunch of quality of life stuff that makes it all a lot faster and a lot easier. So I'm not spending like an hour and a half trying to do my farm every morning. It's like 30 minutes. So that makes a big difference. And you can also terraform in this one, so you can raise and lower the terrain in a couple different styles. You couldn't do that in the first one. So like there are a lot more options for customizing and building kind of the farm that you want, which is cool. Which it's all very much my shit. So let's farm together too.
Yeah.
My buddy and I hopped in and tried Foundry, which is another early access game. This is an automation game. It's like if Factorio and Minecraft were smushed together. It's a voxel-based world, fully 3D, first person, like Minecraft's, but it has the automation and progression systems of a Factorio, where you're producing products from material nodes or resource nodes and packaging those products together into science packs of various tiers, and those science packs are used to unlock the next tiers of things and unlock new buildables, new machines, new automation opportunities, stuff like that. I was really hoping that this would like be his and I's new game. We found it to be really, it's an early access, but we found it to be really clunky. We love Satisfactory, and we love how customizable Satisfactory allows you to be with how you construct your factories. Like the conveyor belts are very fluid and can kind of bend around curves and corners and can do all sorts of stuff. This is it's a grid-based system, and so it's all very rigid. There aren't a lot of options for getting things moving vertically within your factory. We were having a lot of problems successfully setting up a factory because of the limitations of things like conveyor belts. Like, for example, instead of just being able to conveyor things directly in and out of machines, you needed an extra thing in between to put stuff in and out from the conveyor belt to the machine. And like, that's stupid. You don't really need that. It's just like that's an extra layer of frustration on top of like what is already a very complicated and complex like problem you're trying to solve. And so we just kind of fell off of it because the science pack progression is not as inherently satisfying as like you get copper, you turn it into copper bars, you turn the copper bars into copper rods, and the copper rods combine with other things to make this new item, and then that new item combines into other things to make another new item. That is more satisfying and follows logically instead of just, oh, we're smushing these copper and iron products together into a science pack, and it's sort of just this MacGuffinization of automation and tech trees. And I like it when it follows logically. And so I'm not the biggest fan of Factorio because of that as well. So it just didn't hit for us, which was unfortunate. I know
Foundry, you mean?
Foundry.
Not the biggest, yeah.
Well, yeah, so I'm not the biggest fan of Factorio because of the MacGuffinization of the science packs. And Foundry does the same thing. So that's why we kind of fell off of it.
So given that it's early access, like,
I don't think the things that we have problems with will fixed.
Change.
No, I think those are exactly inherent to the structure of the game. Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah, I did like there were a ton of building options. There were a bunch of different shapes you could build with and rotate them. You could color everything, and they had a lot of quality of life features for building large chunks of things. And like you could copy shapes and rotations really easily. It's like that seemed pretty cool. So like because I play a lot of I haven't in a while, but I have played a lot of Minecraft and like I like aesthetics, my inspiration. And so it was cool to kind of explore some of that there. But again, if what's inside the factory, I can't get it to work the way I want it to, it doesn't really matter what the fuck the factory looks like. So that's, we kind of fell off of that one and bounced on over to another automation game that came out in early access called Oddsparks, an automation adventure. I had played the demo for this on a Next Fest at some point in time. I didn't love it at the time, but it was like a year ago, I think the Next Fest demo was. The developers did a complete reworking of a lot of the progression system and a lot of mechanics, so it's a very different experience now. But Oddsparks, it's like if Pikmin was an automation game. So instead of taking your Pikmin and like going and beating the big creatures and getting stuff and bringing them back to your ship, it's like you go and kill the creatures and you get their drops and then make the little Pikmin work at a saw bench to saw logs into planks and carry it from the saw bench to the next thing that needs the planks. And there's
so it's Pikmin Pal World.
Pikmin Pal World, yes, absolutely, absolutely, it is. Putting this Pikmin to work, man.
Yeah.
These Pikmin are called Sparks, and they're all like various like nature themes. Some of them even have like little D's on their head, like Pikmin. But they all have different things that they do, just like Pikmin. So like, there are normal Sparks that don't really have any special abilities. They're just kind of your general dudes. And you can unlock the next one, which are like timber Sparks that are like good at cutting trees. There are some that better at cutting rocks, some that are better at attacking, better at defending, some that are more efficient crafters, more efficient carriers of items. And so you're kind of like part of the tech tree and the an increasing of efficiency of your factories has to do with replacing less optimized Sparks and putting more specialized ones in. So like that's part of it as well, in addition to the different machines and things that you're unlocking. So it's cool. It also has a town with some like rudimentary quests that you're completing and unlocking. Like that's kind of your gating mechanic in terms of new tech and stuff. So there's a very loose story there. We also had some issues with Oddsparks because nothing can just go well for us. The game doesn't have a trash can currently, and it's very easy. And I saw some updates. They released an update, I think, yesterday on Steam about their roadmap, saying they're looking to address this problem. But your world, because there's no way to destroy items, you just put them on the ground. And your world can just fill up with like all this lumber that you're overproducing, unless you set up this like really convoluted system of like overflow Sparks and stuff. And and there's no terraforming, and so it can be really difficult to try and finagle all the space that you want or in the setup that you need. I found that to be a little difficult, but it's very charming. I like the vibe. I like the graphic style. It's very cute. And I like how you can see all the Sparks working in the machines. You see them carrying the things to and fro, marching in their little lines on their little dirt paths, going hop, 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 like carrying the stuff. It's super cute. I just think it needs some more. It needs a little more TLC. Yeah, and it needs a little more TLC. And then I would be willing to go back to it at that point, but it was just a little rough here in the beginning because of some of the issues, like the limited places that you can put certain machines, and that affecting the layout of like the factories you're trying to build. Like I said, not having a trash, like so items are piling up and like clogging up your system. It's some frustrations there.
It does feel like, compared to something like Foundry, that the problems you have with Oddsparks are more fixable. Because
yes, that is what I think the difference is.
And this is purely from my outside perspective. Like 30% of what you say about these games goes right over my head. But like the setup of Pikmin meets factory building and resource gathering is like a somewhat unique hook compared to something like Foundry, which, again, to me, from an outside perspective, just sounds like another one of those.
Right.
So, like, when I hear you criticize Foundry and Oddsparks, like, I root for Oddsparks to get better.
Yeah, like, Oddsparks has
cool
new
idea.
ideas. Yeah,
yes,
Oddsparks has some new ideas. Where Foundry feels pretty derivative.
Which, like, doesn't have to be
not like that it's a bad thing, really.
This genre is extremely popular, and, like, for you, like, these are your cozy games. If it's just another one that is fun, there's nothing wrong with that.
Right, totally.
And part of the problem is, I mean, early access gets tough, too, because you jump in and play something that's not complete, where there are going to be missing things, there are going to be tricky balancing problems that it's, if you bounce off of it, how likely are you to go back to it? It's one of those where like early access can be a detriment, especially when in a genre that's so saturated and it's so hard to stick out.
Totally.
If you're going to release
new ones are arriving all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Like you're just, are you really going to go back to Foundry, or are you just going to move on to the next early access one in 2 weeks?
I think Oddsparks is one I would go back to, whereas Foundry is not.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, so those are my, you know, farming factory games.
Yeah. Yeah. So I is a quick story set up to this. A couple of weeks ago, my wife decided that she wanted to have like a girls' night with our 5-year-old, and then she invited her sister over. They like put on the Taylor Swift concert thing on Disney Plus and did their nails and like wore face masks, and she like had the best time. She was like, Shay, this is like a core memory for me now, like having this first like girls' night experience with our daughter. And so because of that, my son and I obviously were not invited, which is fine. So we had a boys' night, and so we like just watched some videos, and he wanted to watch. There's a YouTube video like dance channel called Danny Go that like the videos are crazy, dude. The man's insane. But we watched some of that, and then he really wanted to play Mario Kart. So this is a game that we have played as a family off and on over the last, like year or so. And I'm like a pretty solid Mario Kart player.
Okay.
I don't play regularly at all. But back when I played a lot, like I played a lot of Mario Kart Wii in college, I'm pretty sure I lost one race out of the like hundreds that I played with my friends and, my wife. And she is exceptionally competitive, and the one time I lost was to her, and she still remembers it. She doesn't remember the like 8,000 times I kicked her ass, but all of that to say, we'll play as a family. She occasionally would get frustrated because she isn't winning, and I get bored because it's too easy for me.
Oh my god.
No, this isn't me trying to brag. It's a setup for what's to come. So the problem that I have, and I should qualify, this is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe for Switch. The problem that I have, and I believe I've told the story on the podcast in the past, because it was a couple of years ago. My wife's brother, they have 3 kids. They have a Nintendo Switch. Several years ago, he asked to borrow Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. They had borrowed some other games, maybe like Mario Odyssey and things like that. Animal Crossing. I was like, yeah, sure, no worries. A couple months go by. They clearly have forgotten that they borrowed it. I felt weird, like being like, hey, I'd like that back. And so it just like passed. And it was a couple more months. And then we saw like a little, I don't know if it was on Instagram or some kind of update of like, oh, we had to buy them a new Mario Kart 8 because they lost theirs. Haha, super funny kids. They lost their game and we bought them a new one. And I remember I was like, but wait, they didn't lose theirs? They lost mine? And so, look, I'm not going to go back and be like, hey, that's actually my game. So whatever it was a year or so ago, I just bought a new copy. The problem is, on my original copy of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I had gotten the 3-star rating on every map, like every circuit, on every difficulty. Whatever it is, like 50, 100, 150, mirror, 200cc.
Wait, and that was saved on the cart?
Yeah, they saved one on the cart.
Oh.
And that was all gone when I got the new one.
Man.
And so it wasn't a huge deal at first because generally we will play on like 100cc for when I'm playing with my wife and the kids are watching. And that, like, I breeze through. Like, I don't have to try. I get first place. It's super easy. And in order to get the 3-star in a circuit, there are 4 races. You have to get first place in all 4 of them in order to get the 3-star. So we're like slowly working up, and I was like, babe, I'm getting bored. Can we do some 150 cc's? And so I've done a handful of those as well. And when I was playing with my son, because it was just me, I didn't have to worry about like my wife not having fun on 200cc. I was like, let me dial it up a notch and do some 200cc. And I was not getting my ass kicked. I was usually finishing in second place, but it was hard. And it was really frustrating me because it didn't used to be hard. And so I was playing with my son. Bro. And like when we play with our kids, they'll each pick one of us to be on our team during the race. And invariably what happens is my son wants to be on my team. My daughter wants to be on my wife's team. My wife will lose to me a couple races in a row. And then my daughter, who's the older one, would say, Max, can we switch teams? Because she wants to be on my team because I'm winning. So when I was playing with my son, when it was just me, we were obviously on a team together. He has, it's the red wired controller I think you and Kara got for me years ago as like our second Switch controller. He holds that controller as if he is playing.
Right.
So he's playing with me. We're on a team together, and I wasn't winning. And he was getting very upset about the fact that I was not winning. Because we would finish the race, and he goes, we won. I was like, well, no, buddy. We got second place or fourth place or whatever it was. And he goes, aww. He was so mad. So that was a little bit heartbreaking. And so I bumped it back down to 150cc for like the last circuit so that I could get first place. But that game's a delight. It's still, I mean, I think that game came out in 2018. That game looks incredible. It is gorgeous. The art design, the animations, the huge variety on the maps. And granted, like 80% of the maps or the courses are from old versions that they've just like visually upgraded, but they look so good and the music is super catchy. That game rules. So it's been fun to revisit it more frequently in the last couple of months, because that was a game as a family we played a decent amount of, like during COVID when my wife and I wanted to play a game together. And at the time, like my daughter, she was like 1 or 2 years old in that, and so I get nostalgia for just a few years ago. This is what happens when you have kids. You get nostalgia for like 2 years ago because time goes by so fast. But yeah, that was a delight. We had a great boys' night, and excited to continue kicking my wife's ass on the 150cc, because if I lose on 200, she'll think less of me. So yeah, fun times. You also, and I imagine this is spurred by our 97 Games That Don't Suck podcast, you've been playing some old 1997 video games.
Dude, I did. So I went back. I did pick up that Turok Dinosaur Hunter remaster.
Yeah. I added it to my wish list or whatever. I did not buy it, but it is on my list. So one day I will buy it when it's on sale.
Yeah, I will say I still think it's pretty cool. Running around, shooting dudes, shooting velociraptors, nasty little bug things, these weird like monkey insect dudes. Mm-hmm. It's a cool time. There's also like inexplicably like trolls that you fight. It's weird, man. Turok's fucking weird. I didn't remember how much platforming was in it, because it's like cause it's fully 3D environments with some of the, I feel like some of the human characters are 2D sprites, but then I think the like raptors are full 3D, and it's kind of like mixing some stuff. But there's a lot of platforming. And the platforming is not great, and the level design is so confusing. There's a map that you can bring up, but it's just that like scrolling wireframe map that's like zoomed in too far to be useful. And so I got lost in the third level because I felt like I had spent like a half an hour wandering around the level trying to figure out where to go next, and I couldn't figure it out. And so I kind of gave up, unfortunately. But it's a cool game. I just wish the level design was a little more straightforward or parsable. I feel like there's just got to be something I'm missing in the environment. But I have no idea what it would be. Because there's all these portals that you're going through, and like some portals are open sometimes and not others. And it's not always clear what triggers them. Yeah, it's a weird one, man. Turok is weird.
That sucks to hear, because it's a game that like I want to play for like 2 hours, because I've never played a Turok game. I want to see what it's about. I doubt I would want to play through the whole thing, just because
I feel like you could get 2 hours out of it. But at the end of that 2 hours,
spend money on that.
Yeah, at the end of 2 hours, I think you would be pretty lost in a level.
Yeah, that doesn't sound super appealing.
Yeah, that was not ideal. I have also been playing Crash Bandicoot 2. I got that on my Steam Deck. Very good video game. Yeah, I really don't think I ever actually played this game, because I don't remember any of the stuff that I'm playing. Vibes are great. The platforming is really unforgiving and very loose, but it is still a lot of fun. It's just like the music is fantastic. The art is great. It's just so weird and fun. Crash is great.
We need to go back and re-record that podcast.
I haven't, like, this is maybe the first time I'm playing this game, so I don't think we can do that. I don't think we can go back on
You
it.
misrepresented yourself. You were like, I don't remember this, when in reality you didn't play it.
Well, dude, I don't know. I really don't know. I didn't say anything bad about it because I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
Also, that polar bear is really cute.
True. Yeah, the ice zones were like, they could be tough.
Yeah.
Ice in video games is hard, man. It's like the loss of control as you're sliding and stuff. I don't know that I think that that's fun. I get it, but I don't know that I think that it's fun.
I agree. It's like water levels. Ice is it's hard water, and they're both bad.
Okay. Now we need some like gas, some like vapor levels.
Oh, the Silent Hill 2 remake where everything's shrouded in fog?
Yeah. There you go.
Well,
is that fun? Is that good?
No, it looks bad. We'll talk about that later.
It looks extremely bad.
But yeah. So a couple of old games I went back and played. There are more that I want to play that we talked about or have talked about. But I guess I started playing Croc again. I forgot to put that on there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Croc is lovely. It really is. It is so cute. It's very simple. I can tell, like, I was pretty little when I played it. It's very simple, but it is adorable. Absolutely adorable.
That's a game. I mean, I don't know that there's enough to it or enough nostalgia for it that a remaster would, sell. But that's a game that if you did remaster, I bet would look really, really fun.
Oh, for sure. Yes. 100%.
Well, sweet.
Yeah.
Let me do a quick Helldivers 2 update, my monthly Helldivers 2 update, and then we can dive into your other genre of cozy games, which are not cozy at all.
Yes.
So I finished my first level 9 Helldive difficulty mission.
Damn.
I didn't know I was playing a level 9 difficulty mission. I was playing with a group of guys that I joined to like do a level 7, and then I joined on the last mission of an operation, which is like a series of 4 missions, or 3 or 4, I don't remember which one. And so like I assumed we were jumping into the next level 7, but no, they had bumped it up to level 9. And so it was just a mission where you just need to kill bugs, just kill 250 bugs or how many it is. It was insane, dude. There were basically constantly 2 Bile Titans at all times. And for those that haven't played Helldivers, Bile Titans are the largest enemy in the game. They're these huge, spindly, like the size of a skyscraper. They shoot acid at you. They chase you. They can move faster than you can, so you can't just run away from them. They can stomp on you. And there were just like 2 of them the entire time. We killed like 20 Bile Titans. It was absolutely nuts. And then after finishing that mission is when I looked up and I was like, oh, that was level 9. Great. That was fun. And then we went on to the next level 9 mission, which was one of the more traditional big, like 40-minute open ones. And we got absolutely manhandled and ended up, failing, and they all quit. And that was the end of the night for that. But I was I was like, hell yeah, dude. I finished a Helldive mission. I'm a real man / woman in this game now. I'm a real Helldiver.
You've earned your place.
The problem that I've had, because last month I talked about where like, I'm playing a lot of level 7s, which is the big difficulty spike, but level 6 is sort of my comfort zone. I've kind of moved on where like I generally am playing level 7s now, and it can still be really hard if my team doesn't know what they're doing, or if I get like unlucky and just like a bunch of weird side objectives that happen. You can get overwhelmed pretty quickly, but level 7 has become like my normal level. And since I've been playing it more frequently, I'm starting to encounter some of the like toxicity about it, which is a bummer. And like, I want to believe that at least some of it is a coincidence, but it can't always be a coincidence. Like, I regularly get booted from a lobby before the game starts. Not regularly. It's not like, less than 10% of the time, but enough that it's really frustrating. And I imagine it's because I like to play around with different guns and different setups and different stratagems. And, there isn't one true meta because Arrowhead has been nerfing everything so often that, like, there are no super overpowered things anymore, which is a whole other topic. But, like, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it's happening enough that it isn't just like, oh, they were waiting for their fourth friend and I happened to join too early, so I got booted. It feels intentional, and that is really frustrating.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
I feel like I've hit sort of my plateau with how I play it. I'll still log in a couple of days a week just to do my daily and play like 1 or 2, but I'm rarely like spending an evening playing it for 3 hours, because I'm at the point now where I think I've got 2, maybe 3 ship upgrades, which require like the materials that you can only get on level 7+, which is one of the reasons I've been doing it more. But that's it. Like I have my like war bonds, which are basically the battle passes. I have those like 90% maxed out. Just a couple of really expensive things to buy still, and I've bought everything else there is to buy, so there's not a ton like for me to do in the game anymore. I'm just playing it for fun, and like I'm totally okay with that. I still think it's an awesome game. It's still my favorite game from this year, but I've settled into the casual live service player. Okay. I'm not going to be a hardcore Helldivers 2 person. Like, they've been teasing a new enemy faction. When that happens, I will absolutely be playing a shit ton of it for a couple of weeks again.
Yeah.
Like that'll be my sequence. Whenever there's a big new thing, I'll play it for a chunk, and then I'll kind of like go back to once or twice a week. And I think that's like I'm super happy with that. I've gotten really a ton of fun out of it, and I still have a good time. But it's also nice because it's freeing me to actually spend time with other things, because it's
right.
Historically, anytime I'm playing a game, if I'm not having the best time ever, I'm like, I would rather be playing Helldivers 2. I want to quit and play Helldivers 2. Like, that's what happened with Prince of Persia the first like 2 times I played it. I was like, okay, yeah, I played it for an hour, and I'm not super into it. Let me go play some Helldivers. And so not having that game as like the default, I'm going to play this all the time, makes me give stuff more of a chance, which I should be doing. I should be doing that. So, yeah.
I think that's
There's
fair.
your Helldivers 2 update.
Nice.
Who knows? There isn't there isn't another big war bond announced. There aren't like I don't think the new enemy faction will be in the next month. So who knows? Like maybe over the next month, I might not play a ton of it. We shall see.
That'll be crazy.
Oh man. Yeah. I don't get hooked on games like that, especially online, like multiplayer games like that.
Right. Yeah.
So I don't know, something about it. It's spoken to me. All right, tell me about your like kind of spooky survival games.
Okay. So firstly, I went back and I decided to play The Long Dark again. I had spent a little bit of time with this. I have watched more people play The Long Dark than I have played The Long Dark. It's a very intimidating survival game until you spend a good chunk of time in it, because it is very mechanics heavy. It does this thing where every action takes time. So like starting a fire, every attempt at starting a fire, you're not only using up some resources, but you're also using up time in the game, and you're always losing like hunger, thirst, and energy. And so with every action, there is a cost associated with it, whether it's time or any of those resources, in addition to the physical things that you need in order to accomplish the task. If it's like going and collecting wood, you can break down a branch into smaller sticks, but that's going to take X number of calories and X amount of time to do that. So it's always like a cost-benefit analysis that you're doing on every action, and that can take a long time to learn the consequences of all of those things, and also like learn how not to overcommit in certain ways. Mm-hmm. But for those who don't know what The Long Dark is broadly, it is a survival game, takes place it's like northern Canada, I believe, is where it's supposed to be set. And so it's very cold, and wind chill is like temperature is a big deal. So, like, trying to find shelter or create fires to keep your temperature from going too low and catching hypothermia and stuff like that. There are all sorts of negative conditions you can catch, but it also has a really unique look. The art style is very, like, painted. And I think it has a great, very identifiable visual aesthetic. You see screenshots, and it can be very pretty at times. But also it kind of has like some simplistic representations of certain things. It kind of picks and chooses what is high fidelity and what is not in an interesting way. I survived 50 days, which is a big deal. That's a lot of time to spend in the world. And I'm at the point now where I wish there were more mechanics in the game. Like, I set up in this farmhouse that has a workbench in the basement so I can craft all the stuff that I need. I know where to go to, like, if I ever need to, like, forge some metal into some arrowheads or new tools or something, I know where I can go to do that. I figured out how to sustain myself indefinitely.
Okay.
Through, like, traps. And I'm like, a lot of the clothing that I have is made from animals that I've killed, and so I can repair it with, like, by killing more animals, like hunting wolves and deer and snaring rabbits and stuff, or fishing or whatever. And I feel like I could almost go indefinitely at this point. And so, like, I almost wish there was more to it. Like, I wish I could, like, decorate my house, or, like, build a shelter, or do all this other stuff that, because now that I've figured out how to survive, it'd be nice if there was a way in which I could then thrive on top of that system. It doesn't feel like there's anything in the game that accommodates that. It really is. So there's a story mode. You can play through a story, and I did some of that to kind of learn the ropes of the game a little while ago. And I just decided to go back in and, like, the hardcore survival, like, just last as long as you can, open world mode. And that's where I lasted the 50 days. I have, like, piles and piles of materials to create wood. I have a full 6-burner stove full of cooking pots so I can boil up a ton of water without using a lot of wood resources. And I have a huge stockpiles of food and extra cloth and leather and scrap metal. I have a bow with several arrows. I have a huge thing of ammunition for a revolver. I have a bunch of ammo for my rifle. I have toolkits that I can use to repair all my tools. And if I have a second and third toolkit that I can use to repair the first toolkit, so they're like infinite toolkit repairs. I figured out the sustainability problem. And so then it just feels like the game's done. Because I feel like I've solved all of my problems.
Yeah, there's not, like, anything to do. Like, new stuff.
Like, I could just keep doing the same daily routine over and over again, but it's not going to challenge me in any new ways anymore. Which is, it's depressing because I have had so much fun with it, but also I kind of feel good. Like, I feel like I conquered this one in a way that I don't always with the survival games. Sometimes I kind of like Green Hell I bounced off of before I really kind of mastered it. And so I feel good that I got there with The Long Dark, because it's a terrific game. It's very, very cool. But yeah, I'm done with it now.
Yeah.
I'm sad and happy about it.
You rolled credits.
I did on my and he lived happily ever after.
Yeah.
A situation and a video game in which I will probably not be living happily ever after in is a game that just came out in early access, again, of course, called Abiotic Factor. This game is fucking rad as hell. My buddy and I played it co-op. You can have, like, up to 6 people play in a single world, I believe. But just to give people an idea of what the game is like, it's like if the first Half-Life didn't take itself seriously at all and really leaned into, like, the wacky vibes, like the little quips from the scientists and some, like, the weirdness. If it really leaned into that and was also a co-op survival game like 7 Days to Die. Like it takes place in a big facility like the first Half-Life. It's very much aping that setting and that tone, and has like a lot of jokes that refer to things, and very directly, like there are basically head crabs in the game. There are I forget the name of the aliens from Half-Life. I can't remember the name of them, but they have those. They have like another dimension that you go to like you do in Half-Life. But it's all in like what looks like late PlayStation 1, early PlayStation 2 graphic style. Yeah. It looks really rad. And like it doesn't take itself seriously. And it's like it's a survival crafting game, so you're looting the environment for things and crafting your gear, like your armor, your weapons. You have food and thirst meters, and another like you have to sleep. And there's another fun meter, which is your bathroom meter. So if like you go too long without using the bathroom, your character's like, "Oh, I think I need to avail myself of the facilities." Nice. and like you gotta go take a shit. And like you're vulnerable while you're shitting, and there's a shitting mini game to help the shitting go faster. There's also like a little mini game you play when you sleep, where it's like a little 2D side scroller version where like you're jumping over these head crabs, and every one that you jump over and don't hit, it speeds up the sleeping process. And it's like, yeah, it has a lot of fun with itself. It's got a lot of character, a lot of personality. I like the crafting system because it's all found object stuff. So like you make a crossbow out of like a rubber band ball and like a table leg, and you're firing darts from your handmade. It's all like office product stuff. Like the first tier armor that you get is like a bunch of magazines that are duct taped to your arms. And like your chest plate's like a stack of books taped to you or whatever. It's fun stuff like that. It's also got a lot of decoration opportunities. Like you can go through, you can dismantle items in the environment. Like if you find a water cooler, you can pick up that water cooler, take it back, and put it in your base. And so then you have a good supply of water for a little time. And then you also have a receptacle for water for if you want to like go get some dirty water and boil it, you can then keep it in the water cooler reservoir. So it's got stuff like that. Like the enemies that you're killing, the head crab, the little like, they even have they're called carbuncles in this, but in Half-Life, the things with the tongues from the ceiling that would like grab you and reel you in, these can be like all over the environment, but they'll grab you if you get too close and like sticky up your screen, and you can't escape their like radius until you kill them. And so like they can be really disruptive while fighting other kinds of enemies. So like they even have stuff like that, but like the enemies you're killing, you're getting materials from them for crafting, but also like food stuff. There are cooking recipes that you can make. Radiation is a big deal. Like all these enemies are irradiated, so if you just eat their meat raw, you'll get really irradiated and get sick and throw up, and then you're more hungry and thirsty. And your characters, if two characters are too close together and one of them throws up, the other one might start throwing up. It's just like, it's got a lot of fun, unexpected systems that it doesn't really tell you about, but it's not, it never comes down to like frustration. It's always like in the it's always in the spirit of having a good time and making you laugh. Yeah, it's a really fucking rad game, and there's a lot to it already in early access. I think my buddy and I played it for close to 30 hours before we completed the content in it right now, and they have a roadmap, a pretty aggressive roadmap of like some story content, a big story content update dropping this summer, but they're also doing a really cool thing. Like in addition to some quality of life and bug fix updates, they're giving like, they're setting up like the next big DLC, not DLC, but the next big update drop with like small story things that are happening in these little quality of life updates. So it gives you a reason to keep going back to it and like check stuff out, which is interesting. So it's almost like a live service game in that way. It's like not in like a battle passy way, but in a way that like the world is constantly evolving and giving you reasons to go back to it outside of even just like an expansion. So that's really cool. I'm very much looking forward to getting back to it. It really goes places. The world and environment's very cool. It's pulling inspiration, like I said, from Half-Life, a little bit from 7 Days to Die, some from like Control. Like there are some elements in the world that are like things in the Bureau of Control. They're just like there's having a good time with everything. And like the different little realities that you warp to are all very different. And like involve different like play styles, and like you need different types of gear for it, and it all feeds back into this base building, crafting, tech tree kind of mechanic. I think it all flows together pretty well, even for a game that's in early access. So I've been very impressed with it.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. Like it sounds like a really good combination.
Yeah, it is. It's really rad. I can't recommend it enough. Even for people who aren't into like the survival crafting games, it's still like it has that proximity voice chat like Lethal Company or whatever the new one is, the one we make videos.
Right.
It has that in it, and like the characters' mouths move when you talk, and like the volume at which you talk determines how widely their mouths open, and so it's just like it's really funny and weird, and it's just a great time with friends. I don't know how tuned it is for solo play, but it's an absolute blast cooperatively, so I can't recommend it enough. So that's Abiotic Factor, and I'm keeping my eye on it pretty closely for when new content drops, because I want to continue to go back to it over and over again. Yeah, man, that game's cool. I've been thinking about that game a lot. It's very cool.
And you feel like you've seen everything it's got to offer so far, or
we have, yes. Yeah. So there's because there's a main story bit and there's a side thing you can go do that seems like it's setting up a side quest for the future. And we went and even did that bit. We figured out how to do that. Oh, and I didn't even talk about like the level design, like with the facility. So as you're proceeding through these new areas, you're unlocking tram access, and so you can like pretty quickly, you do it in real time, but you can pretty quickly zip to and from kind of the central hub area where we ended up building our base, because it just made the most sense. And so like you're constantly unlocking new ways to get around the facility faster, or to get to like access new areas quicker and stuff, which is also very satisfying. So that also makes it feel like if we were to come back to the game after a short hiatus to go see story stuff, it'll be easy to get to that content, easy to get around the facility. Sure. Yeah. Once we do that. So, yeah. Very cool game.
That's neat. What else you got?
Oh, God. Is that everything? I think that's everything, isn't it?
Said you 7 Days to Die.
I did play more 7 Days to Die. 1.0 is dropping sometime in June for 7 days. It's finally coming out of early access because they're releasing it, the new version of the console version, since they got their the rights to publish it back from Telltale. Because Telltale originally published the console version of 7 Days to Die, and then Telltale had the whole thing where they went out of business and blah blah blah, and so the fun pimps who make 7 Days to Die had to sue them to get the publishing rights back. Jeez. And so they are releasing a new version of it on Xbox Series X, S and X, and PlayStation 5 that will have feature parity with the new version of 7 Days. So like cool. 7 Days is in Alpha 22 right now. The old console version is Alpha 15. So it's like 7 alphas ago. And the game's so different now. So it's very exciting for console players to be able to play the new updated version, provided they have, a new current gen system. But that's why they're going 1.0, is because it'll be feature parity with the console versions when that releases, hopefully sometime in June. Nice. And I had a milestone I wanted to hit for myself, which was 2,000 hours in 7 days before 1.0 hit, and I hit it. So now I don't have to play it. Yeah, now I don't have to play it again until the 1.0 drops later this month.
Great.
2,000 hours.
Sounds like an awesome way to play a video game. Just like only looking at the hours played, not like the content.
Like I'm having a good time.
No, I know.
I wanted the number to tick over, and it did.
That's great.
Yes. Oh man. What else you got?
Yeah, I was going to chat about, I've been actually hammering through a bunch of Star Wars books. We're running very long, so I'm going to skip that, and maybe we can loop back around next month. I do want to mention really quick, so I talked about it at the top, but I watched the Fallout show. I really enjoyed it. I had a lot of the similar kind of reactions, Kyle, that you did when we talked about it last month, which was like the Maximus character I was not super into.
Yeah.
He was kind of flat and like inconsistent characterization. Like I was never sure what emotion he was trying to express or how he was going to react.
Yeah.
Which it's hard to know, like, is that the writing? Is it the acting? It just wasn't working for me. Right. Lucy I thought was fantastic.
Yeah, she's great.
Walton Goggins was obviously fantastic.
Dude, he's so good.
I wish that we got more of him as the Ghoul, because he's certainly not flat as the Ghoul, but he doesn't have a ton of like agency, maybe. Like he's moving forward and making decisions, but he's kind of just like being sullen the entire time. And I would have loved a little, like in the whatever, I think it was like the second episode when they have the big showdown in the town, like in Pittsburgh or whatever it is,
right?
Or Philly, I guess. Like that was great, where he's like killing everybody, he's yelling and making fun of people. Like that was fantastic. And then most of the rest of the show, he's a little bit like more subdued.
Yeah,
the flashback stuff I thought was all really well done.
Me too.
I really liked his character in that stuff. But yeah, like it's obvious that they get the style and the feeling and the visuals. They leverage like every song from Fallout 3 and 4 is in the show in some capacity. But yeah, I think overall the story, like the MacGuffin chase, was a little bit annoying because that's just like the most trite plot line that you can develop with the, quote unquote big reveal at the end. I did really enjoy the Vault 31, 32, 33 subplot. I was like way more engaged in that mystery than I was in the like MacGuffin head chase that was happening with Lucy and the other characters. But yeah, I'm psyched about season 2. It seems like they're setting up the big story stuff pretty well. You have to imagine, because spoilers for Fallout, but like you see a Deathclaw skull, but not a Deathclaw.
Right.
They mention super mutants, but you don't see super mutants.
Well, so you clearly do see one on a gurney in one of the early episodes when the scientist guy is in the facility.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. But yeah, it's obviously like they're saving some stuff.
Yeah,
for
they're
future
holding
seasons,
some stuff
back. So yeah, it should be cool.
Yeah.
I had a similar reaction to you after watching it, which was I miss Fallout.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what I thought was going to happen. I was like, am I going to go back and play Fallout 4? I just replayed that maybe 6 months ago and played for like 20 hours and fell off of it because I was like, I can't do the same thing again. I'm not going to play Fallout 76. I'm not an insane person.
Yeah,
like
don't
you,
do
Kyle.
that. Don't
instead,
be like me.
Instead, I played Fallout 3, and I kind of have a commitment now to, I'm going to play Fallout 3. I'm going to go back and restart playing KOTOR.
Okay.
I'm going to play New Vegas, and then I'm going to play KOTOR 2.
Wow.
And that's going to last me like
5 years?
A year. Yeah, at least to play all of those things, which like I'm super down for that to be like the next year of old school games that I'm playing. But man, reworking through my top 100, and Fallout 3 is very high on the list. And I don't know, it might come down a little bit. That game is really, really hard to go back to.
Yeah.
I'm not playing with mods. I'm just playing on Xbox, which is the 360 version. And so it's like the shooting is just atrocious.
It is bad.
It's so inconsistent, and the aiming doesn't feel good. Like it sucks, man, and it's really like harshing my vibe with that game.
It's a hard one to go back to.
Like, I'm speccing into just being able to use VATS as much as I can to make my VATS as good as I can.
Yeah, sure.
Because that's like the only way I'm getting through stuff. Because like the enemies move so fast, like some of them, the stuff that like the ghouls and the dogs, the stuff that bum rush you, like it's impossible to hit them with anything because your guns are so inaccurate.
Yeah.
Even with high sensitivity, like you just flail around with the cursor. So that part of it's been really tough. However, the writing is really great.
Yeah.
The sort of like awkwardness of the characters and like the snap zoom in is like it gives me the nostalgia that I'm looking for. What I didn't remember, and I really don't like, is how the cities are structured. So like I'm in at the point in the story where like I was chasing down Three Dog and kind of going through, and now I'm going through like the DC area with the Capitol buildings and stuff, and like everything is little zones that are connected through the metro.
Right.
And so like you can't walk on the surface in between all these areas. You have to go through the metro over and over and over, and it all looks the same, and it's twisty and windy and easy to get lost. And that I'm just really not digging. All of the bigger open world stuff, like when you're out in the actual wasteland, is still super fun to discover things, and like the random combat scenarios you get in, finding a little safe in a blown out house, like all that stuff still feels really, really good. But the stuff that's like in the big capital and in the cities is not. It's pretty tedious.
Yeah.
So it's been kind of a mixed bag, to use the old frame of reference for games, but I'm having a really good time. I'm definitely going to work my way all the way through it. It's been 10 plus years since I've played Fallout 3, so I'm ready for it. It's
right.
just it's not, comparing it to a game like Fallout 4 does not hold up super well against Fallout 4 when it comes to playing it as a video game.
Right.
You can say what you want about the writing in Fallout 4 and sort of like the narrative structure and the mission structure and the settlement building being half-baked, et cetera, et cetera. There are plenty of criticisms of Fallout 4, but it shows that it's been a decade in between those two games. Because Fallout 3 is pretty rough in spots. So.
Yeah.
But it's great. It's a fantastic game, and I'm having a lot of fun. So that's it. That's all the video games and miscellaneous that we've been engaging with. What do you say? Let's race through this news, because I feel like we're going to end up spending a lot of time on the prediction section. So
yeah.
Let's get through the news pretty quickly. Again, I feel like a lot of the biggest stuff is old news at this point, no pun intended. But just to start off, just talking about the Xbox situation. So
sucks,
I imagine everyone listening to this has followed, but just in case you haven't, Microsoft recently, like it was towards the beginning of the month, announced that they are closing down 3 game studios and absorbing another one into a larger studio. So the impacted studios are Arcane Austin, who were the recent developers of Redfall, but they also worked on Prey and the original Dishonored. Alpha Dog Games, who I think it was last year, put out Mighty Doom, which was like a little Doom mobile game. And then the studio that they're absorbing is Roadhouse Studios, is being absorbed by ZeniMax Online, who works on the Elder Scrolls Online. The studio I am saving for last is Tango Gameworks. The team that put out Game Award winning Hi-Fi Rush, my favorite game from last year, that was critically and commercially successful and had over 3 million players play it on Game Pass, that there was zero marketing for and they shadow dropped it, that they said immediately following that it exceeded every major benchmark they placed on that game. That studio, the ones that made that game, and also Evil Within 1 and 2. Like, what are we doing? There's a much bigger conversation about Microsoft that followed this news.
Yeah.
But just in and of itself, like, I am not by any means saying that Arcane Austin deserved to be shut down because of Redfall. Any studio should be allowed to have one misstep when they have a great track record, compounded with the idea that there was a 70% staff turnover during the development of Redfall.
Yeah.
No one that worked there wanted to make that game. Microsoft forced them to make that game. Everyone quit. The game was bad. And then they just fired everybody. How about the people that made them make this game? How about the people that made all of these talented developers leave this studio? What's happening to them? Fucking nothing.
They're getting promoted.
They're the ones answering questions about why they laid people off. So yeah, the response to this was obviously extremely strong from the gaming community. This, in a lot of ways, kind of feels like the straw that broke the camel's back when it comes to gamers' ability to defend corporate structure. because like the fanboyism and the console war bullshit has existed since the dawn of time, since fucking, Atari and television shit. And it's only gotten more hardcore with the proliferation of the internet and the anonymity of the internet. And it really feels like even the diehard Microsoft fans are like, I'm kind of fucking out on this. Like, if this is what you're doing to studios that make great games, recently or historically, and there's like zero margin for error, and not even zero margin for error, negative error. There's negative margin for error because Tango Gameworks made no errors and they got shut down. Like, if a studio can make a game that is beloved by critics and fans, that actually gets people to engage with Game Pass, which was the point of releasing this game and shadow dropping it. If it can attain every benchmark that Microsoft puts out for it, and they still all get fired, why would anyone want to work for Xbox?
Yeah.
Why would anyone want to work for them? Are you fucking kidding me?
It's just so like really at that point, like it's just a fucking lottery system.
Yeah, like it really feels like this is like the turning point.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's not going to matter because Microsoft, like, part of the strategy behind this is they've already acknowledged the turning point. And that turning point is they're going to be a third-party games publisher.
Pretty much, yeah.
All of the talk about making another console, they might. I honestly don't even know if they will. Like, at this point, it is clear that the executives at Microsoft, being Phil Spencer, Matt Booty, who's the head of like their games division, and then Sarah Bond, who I think is like she runs the like partner relations with the actual studios. Those three sort of figureheads, it is obvious they do not give a fuck about the reaction to this. The way that they have reacted has been like there was zero prep done, zero PR work done of how do we spin this as a positive. There's a famous interview that's made the rounds with Sarah Bond at, I think it was a Bloomberg tech event, where like she was asked straight up of like, the interviewer was like, and I wish the interviewer would have kind of dug in more on it, but whatever. The interviewer was like, can you have a studio? Like, gamers are wondering, how can you have a studio that succeeds in a game and then they still get shut down? And Sarah Bond like waffles for like 3 minutes about we treat every game and studio uniquely, and that's what I love about video games is they're all so different. Like she was like deer in a headlights.
Yeah.
And it's like, how could she not know that she was going to be asked? Because this was days after the announcement.
Right.
How could she not have known? Not only how could she not have known, but how did they not have dozens of people in their PR department prepping her with a scripted answer for that type of question? It reeks of a decision made in haste, and one made because they are completely pivoting as a business. So they don't care if gamers are like, fuck you, Microsoft, we're not going to buy your console next, or because I'm not going to be invested in Game Pass, or I'm not going to do X or Y or Z. It reeks of Microsoft doesn't care anymore, dude, because they're going to be a Call of Duty publisher. They're going to make, Bethesda games. Like, they're going to put out 2 to 3 games a year, and they're going to be AAA, and they are slowly just going to lay off everyone else that's there. Like, that is absolutely what I believe is going to happen over the next, call it decade, because this stuff moves slowly. I absolutely believe that they're gonna become Sega. Oof. They're not gonna make more consoles. They're only going to make huge quadruple A, low risk live service games, and that's it. And like, I don't care if that's what happens in a vacuum, because I generally haven't loved their AAA games. They've done a bad job making a lot of games over the last 5 years.
Yeah.
But they've acquired every studio they possibly could over the last 5 years. And so these are thousands of individuals who now have to wake up every day terrified that this is going to be their last day at work. Because they've proven that it does not matter how much your game sells. It does not matter how many people like your game. It does not matter how many awards your game loses or your game wins. You could still be without a job at any point. And creative people working in that type of environment, do you really think they're going to do good work? But again, Microsoft does not give a shit. I've seen a lot of people talking about, like, this doesn't feel like a Phil Spencer decision. This feels like execs at Microsoft forcing this on them because of all the scrutiny with them spending $67 billion, the way that the gaming market is trending, the fact that, frankly, Phil has done a bad job, in which he's admitted, to managing their partner studios and their games that they've put out. Like, he, I'm sure, is taking a lot of heat internally and has a lot of eyes internally. However, even if it's the fucking CEO of Microsoft picking up the phone with Phil and saying, hey, you gotta get your profit margin up 2% points, do whatever you need to do to make that happen, which is absolutely the type of thing that would go on, I am not giving Phil a pass. Because he is the one that championed Game Pass as the be-all, end-all, all of our eggs in one basket solution to Microsoft gaming. And he is running the fucking show. He took on all of the praise that he has gotten for being such a cool dude and so gamer-centric and game developer-centric over the last several years. Like, he deserves every bit of ire that he has been getting. And frankly, he deserves way more. So I have been back and forth on Phil always. And it's because he seems like he cares about games and gamers, and he's also an executive at the literally the highest valued company in the entire world. Like, those two things don't go together, right? You can't be a good dude and an executive at a company like Microsoft. There's literally zero good people that are executives at Fortune 50 companies. You have to be a piece of shit to be successful at a company like that. And I always knew that eventually something was going to happen that would open the floodgates to the real Phil Spencer behind closed doors. And this is it. Because what he could have done is say, fuck you, I'm going to quit and use my salary and keep those studios open. There are so many things he could have done to prevent a tiny percentage of this from happening. And he didn't. So whether or not it was his call or not, I don't care. It's his fault that this is happening. Anything to add to that rant?
I'm just sad that you're right.
There are a bunch of other bullets and additional things I added to this that, like, I feel like I'm now spent on energy to address. Like, just even more evil shit, like Matt Booty days after
so
shutting them down, being like, yeah, we care about small games that are about getting awards and prestige. And then someone at Tango Gameworks posted a picture of all the awards that Hi-Fi Rush had won, and it was like, not enough. Because again, it's bullshit. These guys are full of shit. You cannot believe a single fucking word any of them say. I am so curious to see how the Microsoft event is going to go at Summer Game Fest, which we'll get to in predictions and what we think they're going to show. I'm really fascinated. And it's one of those things that makes me really miss E3, because, man, it would be cathartic to hear people boo Phil when he walked out on stage. And now that's not going to happen, which sucks. There has also been fear around Ninja Theory, who recently put out Hellblade 2 with literally zero marketing until like a week before the game came out. Because again, they know, they're like, this isn't Call of Duty and it's not a Bethesda game, so we know it's not. If it's not going to sell 20 million copies, we don't care about it. If it's not going to generate X% of revenue over X period of time, we don't care about it. So the fear was like, is Ninja Theory going to release this game and then 2 weeks later the studio gets shut down? Allegedly, Microsoft has already greenlit their next game. I don't know if that's Hellblade 3 or something else. So the working theory is that they're not at risk of being shut down, because one of the justifications of Tango Gameworks and Arcane Austin was that they didn't have anything in active development. Which is weird, because Arcane Austin was still patching Redfall. So wouldn't you say that's active development? But apparently Tango was currently pitching a Hi-Fi Rush sequel. Right. And not not in production on their next game. So that was one of the justifications, was that that's just cash burn we've got to float all these salaries until they have their game or whatever it is. But yeah.
It's bad over there.
It is bad over there, yes.
And most other places.
Yes, also true. Yeah, that's something that, it's not like a privilege thing, but it's just people, they don't have exposure to it. Like, people treating these layoffs as like, oh man, the games industry is so screwed. Like, no, it's way worse than that, bro.
Yeah, it's so far beyond
any publicly traded company, not even publicly traded, like any company that is publicly traded or has private equity is experiencing this. Like all of tech, anything where the people running the company aren't in charge, this is happening.
Yeah. Anytime you have investors as the ones making decisions, it is a broken system.
Yeah. Okay. Speaking of Game Pass,
yeah,
Call of Duty 6 is officially launching day 1 on Game Pass.
Forgive me if I have a hard time working up enthusiasm for this news story.
Yes, also true. It's worth mentioning, so like this episode will go live before the Microsoft event, but I think it's like a week after this episode goes live. There is a dedicated Black Ops 6 reveal event, I think, following the main
directly
Microsoft
following,
thing.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there will be more info there that we obviously don't have here since we're back in time, as it were. I am guessing this will also be some kind of announcement about the other Call of Duty games coming to Game Pass, maybe on a staggered release schedule.
Yeah.
I doubt at this event they would announce a new price increase, which has been the rumor. But I imagine that will be coming because, again, they're now scared, right? Like Phil's got to generate some more revenue. So a price increase, some sort of tiered structure similar to what PlayStation Plus has now.
Right.
You will have to pay more money than you are paying now to play the games you want on Game Pass in the very near future. So
yeah, I'd be interested to see because they have Game Pass Ultimate, I'd be interested to see if they lock their day 1 releases behind Game Pass Ultimate, and that's the move.
Okay. Selfishly, I would be more okay with that because I already have Game Pass Ultimate. In my mind, it's like an extra tier on top of Game Pass Ultimate for like day 1 stuff like that.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on how hard of a move they think they can go ahead and make right now.
Yeah. That's so tricky. Like,
yeah, and like that's how this stuff happens. Is Netflix? It's $1 or $2 at a time every year. Yeah, it's harder
because we're getting so much more value out of it, right?
Oh yeah, there's less on it every day.
It's like Amazon, like adding ads,
right?
Like you have to pay an extra $2 a month to not have ads on your shows. Like, oh wow, that adds so much value to me as a consumer. You invented a problem and then are charging me to solve it. Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, $300 billion man.
Fucking stupid.
Like I said, 0 good human beings that work at that level.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I'm very interested to see how they navigate it.
Because it can't be too hardcore.
Right.
People are already pissed.
Yes, that's the thing is how hard do they push?
Yeah, maybe they just wait.
Maybe yeah.
Although
maybe they wait on. But I mean, if they're going to do anything that's going to generate them the money that they apparently need so badly right now, it would be with a Call of Duty release.
Yeah, I guess the trick is like it would feel directly misleading for them to say Call of Duty Black Ops coming day 1 on Game Pass, and then like right before it releases be like, we're announcing a new tiered structure to Game Pass. Like that feels a little too obviously misleading.
Yeah.
So I feel like they kind of need to lay their cards out on if Black Ops 6 is available on the Game Pass you already have.
Yeah. Maybe there's an
Activision
Game Pass add-on bundle.
Yeah.
That would be disgusting, but who knows? It's all gross. Okay, also gross is Sony and them being idiots when it comes to PC and the PC gaming community. So I talked about this briefly at the top. They announced recently, well, I guess it
it had been announced when Helldivers 2 launched, but it was in like the subtext of your like user license agreement that was like, hey, at some point we're going to ask you to create a PSN account, even if you're playing on PC. And it's an anti-cheat mechanism. It's a player safety mechanism. When the real subtext is like, we want your data, and we
can sell it.
We want to be able to say that we increased our PSN subscriber count, and then invariably all your information is going to get leaked because we're terrible with security.
Yes.
And so that plan came into action where they made a public announcement that was like, here's your final warning in a month or whatever it is you're going to have to do this. Huge backlash, including directly from Arrowhead. I believe a community manager got fired for like publicly encouraging people to leave negative Steam reviews.
Yeah.
Which, look, you shouldn't do that. Like, you shouldn't publicly encourage people to leave negative reviews about your employer.
But also it was the right
still
thing
just not a good
to
look.
fucking do.
Yeah.
It was the right thing to do. It was the human thing to do. God forbid we not allow our people to be humans.
Because of all the backlash and like the huge review bombing, it was like, I think it was like 200,000 negative reviews that happened over the course of like a week. Sony backtracked partially in saying that, hey, we're not going to make you link your accounts. But I believe there's still no definitive answer on who was responsible for this. But as part of them announcing that this was a problem, Helldivers 2 got delisted from Steam in countries where there isn't a PSN. So it's like 170 some countries that are not eligible for PlayStation Network. And because Sony was going to require you to have an account, you wouldn't be able to play the game. So obviously Valve isn't going to sell you a game that you can't play because that makes them legally liable.
Right.
So the assumption is that Steam removed the game. But there's also been like scuttlebutt that like apparently it was a Sony request that they do that. It doesn't matter. The truth, like we're not sure yet, but that still is the case in many of those countries. Like you still cannot buy Helldivers 2 in a lot of countries. And even though they backtracked the PSN for Helldivers, they're not backtracking for Ghost of Tsushima.
Or so to play the God of War Ragnarok PC port.
Yes. The clarifying point is if you want to play the single player of Ghost of Tsushima on PC, you can do that without a PSN account. You need a PSN account to play the Legends mode, the online mode. And I don't remember what the case is for God of War Ragnarok. Like if it's just to play the DLC maybe, like the Valhalla DLC. I don't recall.
I don't know.
But the point is, Ghost of Tsushima has also been delisted from all of those same countries. So you can't buy it there because, again, like, if you're asking person A to pay $60 to play the single player and the Legends mode, and then you're asking person B to pay $60 for the single player, but they can't play the multiplayer mode, that's a shitty experience.
Yeah. So
Valve's not going to participate in that. So this will continue to develop. People will continue to push back. We'll see what happens. But Sony historically has not really cared about that kind of feedback when it means that they can get the data they want.
Right.
And they have always been very uneducated on how PC gaming works, which is crazy when you make video games. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But as of now, you still can't buy Helldivers or Ghost of Tsushima in a lot of countries across the world, which is a bummer because both of those games rule.
Right.
Similarly, this is in the wake of Jim Ryan stepping down as the CEO of PlayStation. They have since announced two co-CEOs. I don't remember the dudes' names. One of them is from Japan, I believe, who like has been with the company for a while. He's going to be heading up their like more business unit. And then another guy who has been in several recent PlayStation things. He's like the head of like the games side. So he's the Sarah Bond basically at PlayStation.
Right.
Working with the partners and studios and things like that. He seems like he's going to be more of like the front facing person. So all that to say, they had an earnings call recently where a couple of big things came out. First is that they are officially sticking to the idea that all live service games will launch day and date on PlayStation and PC. Single player games will remain exclusive to console and then come to PC later. So this has been happening over the last couple of years. Spider-Man, Horizon, God of War recently, Ghost of Tsushima, etc. The clarifying point there is that they won't ever, or like the intent is not to ever release them day and date. So theoretically, Ghost of Tsushima just launched on PC. Ghost of Tsushima 2 will launch as a PlayStation exclusive and then come to PC, call it a year later. And that will be their strategy. The reasoning is that they want someone to play Ghost of Tsushima on PC, really like it, and in fact like it so much that they're going to go buy a PlayStation 5 so that they can play Ghost of Tsushima 2 when it releases. That's insane.
It's not going to work.
No one's going to do that. Do you know how insufferable PC gamers are when it comes to like console elitism? Like they spent thousands of dollars on their PC so that they can feel superior to console peasants. They're not going to go buy a console. It doesn't make sense. I'm not saying they should launch day and date on PC, but the idea that their strategy will lead to more PlayStation 5 sales is dumb. And uneducated.
Even like meme stuff aside, reasonable people who are PC players who don't have a PlayStation 5 yet.
There are none of those, but go on.
Okay. Well, like they are not going to just change their gaming habits.
No.
Over a small handful of gaming experiences that they will eventually be able to get
right
on their own system. Like this is the same reason why the Epic Game Store fails, right? You cannot change consumer behavior in that kind of a way. It just doesn't work. People are locked into the way that they do things. This is why I still have an iPhone. I hate fucking Apple. I hate Apple. I do not want to give them my money, but I don't want to learn how to use another Android device.
Well, and it goes back to Phil Spencer's point on like how they lost this console generation. Is the last console generation, people made their choice.
Yes.
They had their digital library. They're going to stick with that. There's no incentive to switch consoles. There's no incentive for a PC player to just go buy a PS5 to play a couple of games earlier than they could otherwise.
Yeah, because the technological leap now is so small. It used to be huge, and like you would actually have to make a decision. Now it's like I'm going to get a similar experience on a PlayStation as I am on a PC, and in a lot of ways a superior experience on PC. So why wouldn't I just wait? I don't have to go buy this ugly thing that sits on a shelf that I would only use like once every 3 months. I can just keep doing it all on my PC. There's other shit to play. You know what I mean?
Broken ports aside, it will always be a better experience on PC. Like, we'll get to this in the Sony State of Play, but they showed off God of War Ragnarok PC port with like unlocked frame rate, ultra wide support, like all of these PC oriented features. If I'm a PC gamer and I use this, like, why would I want to downgrade my experience for the low cost of $500?
Right.
Like, that's crazy talk.
Insane.
It's business executives making business executive decisions with business executive methodologies. They do not understand their audience, and that's why they continue to make stupid decisions that cost them money, which is ironic because that's all they should care about, and it is all they care about.
Yeah.
To that point, as part of this earning call, they also said that the PlayStation 5 is their most profitable generation ever so far. Hey, remember last year when they laid off several hundred people? Interesting.
I do remember, and I bet all of those people fucking remember too.
Yeah. Crazy how you can just manufacture profitability by reducing cost. And by reducing cost, I mean people's livelihoods and healthcare. Awesome. Yay, capitalism. We're doing great. Ironically, one of the biggest things that has separated the PlayStation community, or I should say, like, made them feel better and more appealing to gamers has been their partnership with Square Enix over the last several years and last two console generations. Well, Square Enix ain't having none of that anymore. Nope. They're going to be going multi-platform. They commented in their earnings call about how Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, and Foam Stars LOL all had disappointing sales compared to their original targets. It's worth saying
they got to get new people creating these targets.
Yes,
because
this has been a long-running meme that like every game Square Enix puts out fails to meet expectations, which is crazy. I think like It was one of the Tomb Raider games, the Crystal Dynamics Tomb Raider game, sold like 10 million copies, and they were like, "Yeah, it didn't quite hit our expectations." Like it's
crazy.
Like it's absolutely bonkers. So taking that with a grain of salt, the end result is the same. Like true or not, stupid or not, the end result is the same. Sorry, Sony. Like no more exclusivity on Final Fantasy, no more timed exclusivity on these things. Because Square Enix posted a pretty big loss, $140 million loss over this last year, which is a lot of money. Apparently, it's mostly related to some like canceled projects that have been several years in the works that I believe it was like a bunch of unannounced stuff. But still, like, it makes sense for them to look at their books and look at their strategy when you're losing money like that. You know, we drag companies like Sony and Microsoft that are like, we had to lay people off. We weren't as profitable as we wanted to be. We were still profitable, but just not as profitable.
Right.
Square Enix at least is losing money, which is a rarity.
Yeah.
So yeah. How about you take this next one?
Yeah, this one's unfortunate. Well, maybe. I don't know. So Remedy has announced that they've canceled their live service control game. So this had been, discussed in some interviews and some things about it was originally going to be a free-to-play game. Then it had kind of pivoted to being a premium entry price, right? When they saw how badly free-to-play games were doing. And that's now canceled. The game is canceled. This has to be in some way related to some of the disappointing sales numbers for Alan Wake 2, and just in general, companies being more risk averse at the moment.
I think the gun shyness over live service, which we'll see. Hey, Summer Games Fest, like there's gonna be a lot of new games announced. We'll see how many of them are live service. My hope is that there's some gun shyness about launching yet another live service game because of how people have been reacting and how quickly those games turn sour and lose a lot of money.
Right.
So it is a bummer. Like Remedy's really talented, but much better for them to cancel a game that isn't working than to continue to work on a game like this, put it out, have it fail, and then we're looking at yet more layoffs across the industry. So
right.
Yeah, we'll see.
And obviously this helps them kind of consolidate their resources around the next Control game and the Max Payne remasters and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So
seems like a smart move, and it doesn't sound like anybody was laid off, so they're just reallocating the resources. Yeah, not yet. We'll see.
And then quickly here, so this was pretty recent. The IGN network, sort of like the parent company over the actual IGN website, have acquired a different network, Gamer Network, family of brands. So this includes GamesIndustry.biz, Eurogamer, VG247, and Rock Paper Shotgun. I believe a couple of others as well. And then that sort of IGN parent company already has percent stakes in Outside Xbox, Digital Foundry, Nintendo Life, Push Square, and Pure Xbox. So the conglomerate of games media is becoming even larger, which, if folks remember last month, we talked about the Kotaku editor-in-chief quitting because they had a new equity firm take over that were really focused on like SEO click bullshit, and she was like, this guy sucks, I'm not going to be a part of this. And we sort of speculated on games journalism becoming harder and harder to, one, make sense of financially because information is so much more easy to access, and two, a lot of the places that have been successful have been built more around personalities, which a lot of people are getting from like, you know, sneer quotes, influencers. Like I mention all the time, like Game Ranks and Jake Baldino and Skill Up. Like I have my YouTube guys that I really like that are in games. So I don't need to go to IGN to watch reviews. I still do occasionally, but like it's not a place I go. And so that was really where the speculation was. We didn't specifically talk about just like M&A culture, which is always happening in capitalism too, so like the monopolization of games media is equally as bad because it's not just the fewer people that are working at like big companies that have some semblance of authority to them, but like if everyone's owned by the same people, that tends to, one, homogenize the content, and two, just like it makes it harder to differentiate and have a unique perspective, and frankly, like, be trustworthy.
Yeah.
Because you never know what the people at the top are forcing upon them. So it's not great. A lot of these companies, GamesIndustry.biz and Eurogamer, I know for a fact, and I believe some of the others, like, people have already been reporting layoffs at those companies, which is another super fun factor of acquisition culture. So yeah, it's like we said, it's bad everywhere. Not just video game makers getting punished, but people that work in video game adjacent things are suffering also, which fucking sucks, man.
Shay, I'm sorry, but
So
in order to achieve our projected growth numbers, I'm going to have to lay you off and let you go at the end of this podcast.
Good luck. Good luck with that. Although that's absolutely...
I'm also going to need to give me the login for all the, like, the pod, whatever.
It's cool.
Pod
we can just
stuff.
outsource. We can just outsource to someone offshore. It'll be much cheaper.
Okay,
that's what everybody does.
Yeah.
Just, we don't need a full-time employee. We just need a contractor. They can do all the same work, right?
Right, yeah, you don't have to pay them benefits.
You work from home, which means you're lazy, right? So it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So that's the news. Super fun as always. Let's talk about the Sony State of Play really quickly, and then we'll do some predictions for Summer Games Fest happening. Or I should say Summer Game Fest. It's singular for some reason, happening over the next week. So we'll just run through this chronologically. I think the two biggest things to say about this State of Play, high level, is number one, big who cares about pretty much everything they showed.
It is a State of Play, not a showcase. And they showed
intentional. They showed a lot of big games. I don't think it's the quantity of games they showed that's a problem. I don't think it's the quantity of AAA games that they showed that's the problem. It's the style of games that is the problem, which we will get to.
Yeah.
The second comment that I wanted to make is informed by the first, which is because neither of us cared about pretty much anything, we were both in the Google Doc at the same time typing out notes, and we were kind of just like riffing on everything the whole time, which was actually pretty fun and maybe even more disengaged from the State of Play itself. So all that to say, the first game that got showed was Concord, which is from new studio Firewalk, which is a bunch of like industry vets, as it always is. This had been announced a year ago,
something
at the
like
Game
that.
Awards, or maybe last year at Summer Game Fest. But this is they first showed a big CG trailer, as Kyle wrote to editorialize, a dumb CG trailer that I kind of enjoyed, actually. I liked the personality, I liked the sort of like bantering between the characters, but it was just a CG trailer. Like
it was a bad
style
version of Guardians of the Galaxy.
You know what? Yes, because I definitely thought that. I was like, yeah, this is like Guardians of the Galaxy with less fun personality.
Yeah.
But following that trailer, which also was gorgeous, super high production value, like it looked awesome. They actually showed some gameplay and obviously highly edited stuff, not like a demo. But this is an Overwatch extraction shooter, 5v5, you know, the games that everybody loves that are all really successful. It's one of those.
Yep.
It's got a lot of ability based stuff. You know, it's a shooter. Everyone has sort of a gun.
Hero shooter.
Yeah, they've all got like a dodge, which I actually liked because it jumps to third person when you dodge, which I thought was kind of a neat stylistic touch.
You got to see the skin that you're gonna buy.
Yeah, exactly. Stylistically, I thought it just looks really pretty. I really like the design of like the characters and the environments. It's got the like cyberpunky attitude to it. Again, very Guardians of the Galaxy, kind of like irreverent space sci-fi shit, which I'm very into. But like, I'm not gonna play this, man.
No,
like, come on. And we knew this was a multiplayer game going in, but like. It was disappointing to learn that at the time also, to be fair, because it was just like a title card announcement that was like, it looked like retro space iconography, and we were both like, cool, and they were like, it's a multiplayer shooter, and we were like, not cool. Yeah. So we'll see how the monetization works. That's the biggest tricky point in these games, especially when it's like a premium game, which I guess they didn't technically say that this is like a full priced game.
Yeah, I don't know.
I guess I assumed that it is, but it's possible they could do the free to play route. They're doing a beta in July. Comes out in August 23rd. Woohoo.
Mm-hmm.
Then we mentioned this already. They showed off God of War Ragnarok on PC with unlocked frame rate, ultra-wide support. It comes with the Valhalla DLC. It comes out on September 19th. If you are a PC player and you have not played God of War Ragnarok, you should play it, assuming that the port works.
Yeah, it's a fine video game that has a really good story.
It is much better than a fine video.
The video game part is fine. The story is really good.
It has a great combat sandbox. It's very, very fun. Dynasty Warriors Origins.
Yeah.
It's a Dynasty Warriors game.
It still looks like a PS4 game.
Yeah,
those games have always looked like a generation behind.
Oh, yeah. I left a comment because the sound effects of him like hitting the enemies straight up sounds like the PS2
Oh,
sound.
yeah.
Like, it sounds like... I'm sure it obviously
that's been
is not.
consistent throughout the series. Absolutely.
When they started the trailer, because they focused, I don't know if it's a new character or what it is, but they're like, we're highlighting a specific character. And in the beginning, I was like, okay, what is it? Is like a JRPG thing, like a Rise of the Ronin style? What is this thing? And then it showed like the Yellow Turban Rebellion.
I was like, oh, okay. No, this is, yeah. Well, it's also said Omega Force at the top. And I was like,
sure. Fair enough.
I was like, here we go. I think the last Dynasty Warriors game was that open world game. And it
Dynasty Warriors 9.
Yeah, it was really fucking awful. It had it had crafting. It was really bad. And it's bad if I'm saying crafting's bad. It was awful. And so I'm really hoping that they go back to a mission structure with this one.
It looks like it.
It seemed like it.
To be fair, the number of enemies was insane.
Yeah.
Who knows if the game will run? Because that's always been a thing with Dynasty Warriors also. So, it's gonna.
I could go for some slowdown.
Be. That's how you know you're killing lots of dudes.
Yeah, that's how you gauge your level of proficiency and performance.
If you're not killing 500 enemies in each mission, you're not doing your job.
Yeah, you're like that's rookie stuff.
Next was Infinity Nikki, which I'm just gonna be straight up. This game gave me the heebie-jeebies.
It's gross.
I know this type of thing is common. That doesn't make it okay. It's like waifu bait. It's the problem that I have with this, and it's a cultural thing, and it's fucking gross. The way that these character designers, like this whole game, you like run around and play dress up and take pictures. It's like Pokemon Snap, but with like little creatures, but like girls in pretty dresses and shit.
You're not taking pictures of the little creatures. You're taking pictures of little girls.
Yeah, and that's because defenders of this will be like, what do you mean? They're not underage. They're all like 21. But the character models are very obviously designed to look like teenage girls. It is fucking disgusting.
It's gross.
Like, people have problems,
like,
dude.
Forget Stellar Blade. We all need to be talking about Infinity Nikki. Like,
true.
It's gross.
It's fucking gross. And unfortunately, it's the Venn diagram of dudes who were mad about censorship in Stellar Blade and dudes who want to take pictures of these prepubescent Asian girls in Infinity. That Venn diagram is a circle. So it's all the same fucked up basement dweller.
Gross.
Like, these people go to therapy. Go to therapy. Please. I beg you. Before you hurt somebody.
Oh, man.
Please. Moving on. Next was Ballad of Antara. Which it's a fucking Souls-like game. What are we doing?
I thought this was Where Winds Meet, which appears in the presentation later.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's all the same bullshit,
it is
man.
The same
I'm so
thing.
bored.
Yeah.
Like we said, there's just fucking nothing in this whole press conference.
Yeah.
Because it's all the same shit. Like every game that gets made is a Souls-like, or it's some Ubisoft open world fucking bloat fest that you need to play for 200 hours in order to do everything.
Or it's
like,
a gacha
games.
mobile game.
Well, yeah, I'm taking that. But like the big AAA shit, it's just all so fucking derivative.
Yes.
And like Souls like I have not heard it reaching critical mass where like people that are into Souls-likes are getting bored because there are so many of them. I don't know how, man.
It's
and that's not even to say anything
close.
of the quality. There have been plenty of them that the quality is high, but they all play so similarly.
Yes, yeah.
And they all have they have the same atmosphere. Like Elden Ring compared to Demon Souls, compared to Bloodborne, compared to Lies of P, compared to Sekiro, they all have the same atmosphere. It doesn't matter where it takes place, or if it's in Japan, or if it's in a fantasy world. They all have the same like dour nights and fantasy. It's so boring.
That's why like Another Crab's Treasure was at least refreshing.
Yes, absolutely. So anyway, man.
Ballad of Antara coming 2025. If you're looking forward to it, don't at me. Next up, then we entered the real video games, the VR and mobile game block. Behemoth, which is the new VR game from Skydance, made by the Walking Dead Saints and Sinners people, which is actually a very good. Both of those Walking Dead Saints and Sinner games are really good. It's like this one's a fantasy setting, one of those. It looks like it's probably it could be more linear in nature. Maybe also it might also be kind of mission structured. I'm not entirely sure. But it's very Skyrim-y, like snowy fantasy.
Yep.
The frame rate's real bad, dude. It did not show well, I'll tell you that much. And it's coming out the fall this year, so they don't have a lot of time to iron out those wrinkles.
Yeah, the note I left here was, this is the point where I'm losing interest in this state of play.
Yes.
And guess what? It didn't come back until the very end.
Yeah. And then that was followed up by Alien Rogue Incursion, which is a PlayStation VR game. It's an Aliens game. That's about all you need to know about it. It doesn't have a date. So that's happening. And then they showed Marvel Rivals. This is a third-person hero shooter. The animation was pretty good.
Yeah, I don't want to say the art style I liked, because I will get to that. But the movement. It was super smooth and kinetic. That part of it I did think looked impressive.
Yes. So what did you think of those character designs, Shay?
Yeah, they fucking suck, dude. They all look like edgelord teenage douchebags.
I like that you put. So they have Galactus in this, but it's a different version of Galactus. You put Lolita like Galactus. Girl. What?
Yes, because it's like a teenage girl wearing like a purple skin tight bodysuit at the end. Yeah, it looks like. I mean, and this was. I was still fuming from the Infinity Nikki bullshit. But like, I saw that, and I was like, Lolita Galactus. Like, it's. Make teenage characters, like, that's fine. Like, Tiny Tina is maybe not the best example because she was cringe in a lot of ways. But like, you can make a fun teenage character, but like, don't sexualize them. What the fuck are we doing, man?
Yeah. I wrote, who fucking cares about this? We don't need more hero shooters. Everyone has already found the one they like, and they stick with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one's going to play this game.
No.
It'll be gone in a month. Speaking of games that'll be gone in a month, they finally showed Where Winds Meet, because I feel like if they had put them back to back, we wouldn't have known when one started and one ended.
Right.
The only difference is the same game as a lot. I already forgot the name because I don't fucking care.
Ballad of Antara.
It's the same game as Antara, except in Antara you have a kid on your back, and in Where Winds Meet you don't. That's the really only reason I can tell them apart.
Yep.
Oh, it's bad here, dude. And then because, creativity and new ideas it's dead. They don't exist anymore. They showed off that Until Dawn port, which is like the video game that no one's asking for, and like the least necessary port. There's so many interesting things they could do, and they're doing this. Whatever.
Are there though? Because, like, every game they've made since Until Dawn has been bad. That's the problem with this. They just had layoffs recently.
Yeah.
Like, this is a trickier one. Like, look, it sucks that this is what they're spending their time on, but I 100% understand it. Until Dawn was like a cult hit game. It didn't sell gangbusters, but it did well, and people liked it. A lot of people did not play it. It came out 10 years ago. That's not true. When did that game come out? It can't possibly have been that long ago.
Almost. It was 9 years ago. August of 2015.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, almost 10 years ago. That's a long time. The problem that I have with it is like, that game looked amazing at the time and holds up. The facial animations and stuff are great. The performances are great. That style of game, it works the way that it is.
Right.
That's what makes this feel unnecessary.
Yeah.
And it could not be more obvious that they're like, we can do a little bit of work and make a lot of money. Yay! Like, no one would be passionate about doing this. But honestly, with Supermassive, if this is what it takes for them to not lay more people off, fine.
I guess.
I want them to do something different, but I don't want them to do more of what they have been doing. I want them to do something different from what they have been doing, because
I want them to take the chops and the tech that they've developed and pair it with something else that's more interesting from a gameplay perspective.
I don't know if it just was lightning in a bottle, or like if some of the writers had left after Until Dawn, but that's been the problem. Like, the writing is what made Until Dawn great.
Yeah.
And it had that great tongue-in-cheek nature where like you hated all the characters, so you sort of delighted in them dying at times. And the games that have come after that, because I played Man of Medan and The Quarry are the two that I've played, and they were both so boring.
Yeah.
The characters are so boring and uninteresting and just like unlikable, but not in a fun way.
Right.
Unlikable in you're a boring asshole way.
Right, yeah. Oy vey.
And then Path of Exile 2 is coming to PlayStation 5.
Yeah, like a game that's been out already for a while.
Yeah, awesome.
Yep.
Early access later this year. My note here was, will there be a single game in this state of play that I want to play? Stay tuned. The answer is no, which is actually not true, because there is one game that I will play in the state of play.
And it's not this next one, which is the Silent Hill 2 remake. They showed that off. It still looks pretty freaking rough. And then you added in parentheticals, really rough after that.
Yeah. Not pretty rough, really rough.
Yeah. I don't trust Bloober Team. I like those Layers of Fear games are fine. They're decent, but like the medium was not good. Like I do not think they do mechanics well.
There isn't like an assumption of quality.
Not at all.
Stuff hits.
And I'll talk about. I can go ahead and cover it here because it's not worth doing a whole thing about.
Oh, sure.
Directly following the Sony State of Play was the Silent Hill transmission. They showed off like 10 full minutes of gameplay of the Silent Hill 2 remake. It did nothing to sway me on my opinion. I think it still looks like all of the gameplay looks pretty fucking bad. I think it's an all right looking visually, and I think they get the tone. You know, they brought the original composer back to do some new music and some new what is it called? When you reorganize rearrangements, there it is. Do some new arrangements of the tracks. I think they're getting it from that perspective, but I just don't think they can make good video games, and I think that part of the game is going to suffer greatly for it, and so I think I'll probably skip it. But it's coming out October 8th if you're interested. If you're one of those Silent Hill 2 perverts out there.
And then Monster Hunter Wilds.
Yeah,
it's I'm not going to dog on Monster Hunter. It's a great series. Like, people are really big fans. This is less of a again, I've already forgot the names, Where the Winds Meet and Ballad of Antara thing, where like you're just making a new one of these that is the same as all the fucking other ones. Like, people love Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's purely only me matters, make games for me. I don't care about Monster Hunter.
Right.
So that was a bummer. Or not a bummer, but like, I wasn't interested. It was yet another game in like yet another AAA game in this hard hitting state of play that I was like, no, dude, no, thank you.
Right.
But they did in fact save the best for last, which I'm very surprised that they saved this for last. And I don't know why. I wonder if they were like, the stuff we're showing is a lot of like ports and remasters and sequels and like games that everyone knows. So let's show something like actually fresh and fun.
Right.
And that was Astrobot. New Astro, like a sequel to Astro's Playroom. And I wrote, I will play this, but I don't want to use the motion controls that it looks like you have to use when you sort of like fly on the little controller glider thing, which is a bummer. But yeah, man, this was such a breath of fresh air. It has color in it. It looks fun.
Yeah.
It has interesting, varied gameplay mechanics. Like, it has a sense of humor. Holy shit. Like, this is a video game.
Yeah.
No way. And it comes out on September 6th, which I'm super hyped about. I've talked ad nauseum about, like, there's nothing on the immediate horizon I want to play. And all of the new things that got announced, I don't want to play. So thank fucking Christ that this game's coming out this year, because it's a game I actually want to play.
Yeah, it was really bleak there for a hot minute, I guess a hot 45 minutes. Astrobot looks totally fine. I feel like I'm having a little bit of a character action platformer renaissance, but going back and playing these old games, and so it'll be really nice to jump into Astrobot when it comes out.
Yeah, and I did have a moment after this ended where I was like, is this a me problem? Is it just that I don't have unique tastes in games? I like a lot of different genres. Unfortunately for me, I happen to not enjoy the genres that are at their peak right now. Right. And that's speaking purely of single player games, even taking out all the multiplayer bullshit, which no one should be a fan of. But like the Souls-like stuff, just like the ultra hard combat stuff, that's just not what I want in a video game. And that's a me thing. I know I'm in the minority on that. So I was like, is this just a me problem? Like, are other people really hyped about, fucking Ballad of Antara, Where Winds Meet, Monster Hunter Wilds? Like, I imagine there are people out there that are super psyched. And so I was watching the stream on YouTube, and so I opened up the chat, which I would never do.
That's a crazy
while watching
thing
or
to
for
do.
any normal reason. I was genuinely curious to see what the reaction was going to be. And when I opened it, like immediately following the stream, it was just everybody spamming L, like hundreds of people spamming L. And I was like, oh, okay. So it wasn't just me. I do think that a lot of the hate comes out with these level of things because people are like, you didn't show the AAA game I wanted to see. Where was the new Uncharted game? Like that level of stuff, which is nonsense. They never promised that that's what this was going to be. But it goes back to my comment at the beginning that like, it isn't, my problem wasn't that this was a state of play and not a showcase. So they didn't show the big first party AAA stuff, which they've already acknowledged there isn't any of it coming before April,
right? Which
is depressing. So it wasn't that my expectations were incorrectly set. It's that there was a surprising amount of new AAA games that they did show, and none of those appealed to me.
Right.
And that is what scares me. And it's crazy. It's honestly kind of a dig at Astrobot that they said no big AAA first-party games this year. And then here's Astrobot coming out in just a couple of months, man. Like, that's a absolute... the game is going to be a banger. I can already tell. It looks fun as shit.
Yeah. I think it's
and that doesn't rate. Come on, man. Although they'll probably lay everybody off at that studio after.
Yeah, it'll win all sorts of awards and blow past their benchmarks, and then it just won't be good enough.
Because like immediately when I saw it, I was like, "Yay!" It gives me like the Hi-Fi Rush pleasure feeling of colorful, fun video game. Who would ever think that people would like those?
Yeah, watch out for that Hi-Fi Rush feeling.
True. That's exactly the problem. All right. So that was the Sony State of Play. I guess you could say we were generally underwhelmed.
Yeah, I think you could say that.
So let's chat through the Summer Game Fest lineup. We'll do some speculation, predictions. There's a handful of things that we already know are going to be there. We'll chat through that. It'll be fun to see if any of these games show up. But quickly for the schedule, kicking off the Summer Game Fest is the Sony State of Play on Thursday, May 30th at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm really looking forward to that one. I don't want to set my expectations too high. I'm not expecting a bunch of big first-party stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a State of Play.
Yeah, like I think we're gonna get some like high quality things, and maybe not a huge volume of big games, but there's definitely gonna be at least 2 games that I want to play as part of that state of play. So we'll see.
I think I'm just gonna hope for at least one, and if I can walk away with one, I'll be so happy.
Well, there you go. And then, in reality, the real kickoff is on Friday the 7th for the actual Summer Game Fest like main show. Immediately following is Day of the Devs, which is typically a bunch of like indie stuff.
Yeah.
And then on Friday night will be the Devolver Direct.
Well, and Day of the Devs is put together by
Double Fine.
Thank you.
Tim Schafer.
Tim Schafer, yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm sure there'll be some cool stuff there.
Yeah.
The Devolver Direct wraps up Friday night, which I'm sure will be super weird. On Saturday, there is the Future of Play, which is sort of like a family-friendly showcase, so probably like some kids' games, things like that. And then after that is the Wholesome Direct at noon Eastern, and this is, I believe they did this last year also. This is like where like the cozy games sort of fit in.
Yeah.
A lot of like farming games, like Stardew Valley-esque games. A game like Rusty's Retirement would fit in.
Or Farm Together 2.
Direct. Or Farm Together 2. And then also on Saturday at 1 p.m. is the Latin American Game Showcase, which they said they've got like a bunch of announcements and things that are happening. Obviously, in the name, this is featured on like independent devs of Latin American descent. And then also on the 8th, starting at 2:30, is the Women-Led Games Show. Very similar.
Yeah.
Women that make video games. And then at 3 o'clock is the Future Games Show, which is the PC... What is it? Is it PC Gamer? What's the thing that... The folks that run that? PC Gaming. Wait, no. I'm mixing those up.
Yes.
The Future Games Show is PC games.
It is.
But there is also a PC gaming show.
Yeah.
So yeah, Future Game Show, that'll I'm sure be maybe some like tech level stuff and also some like PC specific games.
Right.
On Sunday is the Xbox Showcase. That's at 1 o'clock. All these times are Eastern, if in case I didn't say that. And then immediately following the Xbox Showcase is their like Call of Duty Black Ops 6 thing that they're doing. At 4 o'clock is that PC gaming show, which they also tend to do some like tech-related things, and it's usually super long and pretty boring.
And hosted by the single most annoying male human on the earth.
Fair. But there are always a couple of nuggets that come out of that show.
Yeah.
And then the finale is on Monday at 3 p.m., which is the Ubisoft Forward show. So that's Summer Game Fest. That's the schedule. You can also find the schedule at summergamefest.com/events in case you want to add it to your calendar.
Oh, I got a whole spreadsheet going, baby.
Oh, yeah. And unfortunately, we are both going to miss most of this stuff live.
Yeah, I'm pissed.
You will be traveling. My mom is in town, and I am not going to spend my entire Saturday and Sunday that she's here watching video game shows. As much as I would generally like to, I see my mother 2 to 3 times a year, and so I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so before we jump into the kind of the way that we structured this is going show by show with the publisher specific shows. So like we'll talk about Microsoft, we'll talk about Devolver, we'll talk about Ubisoft, and then the rest we have broken out by publishers that have already announced that they're participating in Summer Game Fest. So there will invariably be some surprise things that they didn't reference because it would be a spoiler on their website. So like we've got some speculation about like random other third-party things, but that's sort of the structure.
Yeah.
Before we dive into Microsoft, is there anything Sony related that you think we will see at Summer Game Fest? I will start and say yes. I believe we will see something about Concord at Summer Game Fest. I believe we will get a trailer. Maybe it'll be the same CG trailer or something, or like a sizzle reel of gameplay. I believe we will get some Concord at Summer Game Fest because that audience will be much larger than the Sony State of Play was.
For sure, yeah.
But that's kind of it.
Yeah, in terms of
At
like anything additional that wasn't at the State of Play that they would want to put in Summer Game Fest, I'm having a hard time caring. about it.
Well,
right
because
now. coming off of that state of
Yeah.
play, we know like they're not doing any big first party stuff. I
And that
kind of
would be the
don't.
stuff we would care about.
Yeah, I kind of don't give a shit about anything else Sony would have to say right now.
Yeah.
Because like they're supposed to be working in that like PS5 Pro, but like since they don't have a showcase, I don't know where that information would go.
They did say that they did say they're going to do a showcase this summer.
Yeah, so I feel
There's
like
not like
that,
a date.
that happens sometime further in the summer, I would have to imagine. So probably
there
not
won't be
else.
any. Yeah, there won't be a PS5 Pro thing or anything.
Right.
There. I think Concord, and that's probably it. Like, because like maybe they could show God of War, Ghost of Tsushima, or like do some kind of sizzle on like their big games that are on PC, maybe, and that's sort of the like, yeah, we know we're not releasing anything new, but if you're on PC, you can play all these other games that are new to you. That could be sort of a hedging there, but
yeah, and I mean, I can't.
Probably not.
There's no way they would show Marathon.
No.
At Summer Game Fest, they would
No
save
way.
that for their own showcase.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. Like, if they were going to show off a big first party thing as a surprise, they would have done it on the State of Play.
Right.
Yeah. So Microsoft, we mentioned Call of Duty Black Ops 6 will definitely be there, and then they like, because they own every games company there is. There's a ton of options of things that could be shown. Already rumored has been Gears 6, which I think probably makes sense for them to show as like a big show ending thing. And then there are a bunch of things that they have already announced that we could get updates on. The Fable game, Indiana Jones is probably pretty likely.
Yeah.
Because that is farther along and the release date is sooner. Fable I'm less confident on because who knows. Avowed will probably be there.
They had that like pretty extensive gameplay showcase stream with like dev diary stuff. A couple months ago. I could see it popping up again as like a marketing push.
And to me, like if you're going to show more Avowed, it needs to have a release date on it.
Yeah.
If it's like a fall 2024 or like spring 2025 or whatever it is, I feel like you need to put a date, which I think is potentially likely. I think it's reasonable to expect the Starfield expansion, Shattered Space, the DLC. I think that'll definitely be there. What else? What are some other other things that we know are in the works? State of Decay 3, Outer Worlds 2, Elder Scrolls 6 definitely won't be there. State of Decay 3 maybe?
Yeah, State of Decay 3 is a maybe. Because that was announced with that trailer where like they're like in the woods in the winter and they shoot a deer and they go over to the deer and it's like a zombie deer. And that was like a few years ago.
Was it that long ago?
It was at least 2, if not 3 years ago.
Wow.
So it's been a good chunk of time. I could see that showing up. Doom: The Dark Ages, the new Doom game. Oh
yeah, I completely skipped over that.
Yeah,
that has been not leaked, but like people are saying it's definitely a thing.
Right.
So that I imagine will be there. It's been long enough that it would make sense to announce that with like a fall 2025.
Yeah. We might see Perfect Dark. It's confusing, right? Because there were rumors that the development wasn't going that well, and then they came out and they're like, "No, it's fine, dude." I don't know what everyone's like talking about. Things are going really well. We're happy with it, but that could have also just been a PR covering for whatever, or maybe like the initial thing was a disgruntled person who left and was like, or it could have just been a very like this person had a bad experience on it and like their slice of it didn't look great, but it's going well in other areas. Who knows? So maybe we see Perfect Dark. We have not heard a lick about Contraband since that initial trailer. That's from the Just Cause folks, Avalanche. That was rumored to have been delayed internally last year. So that could be canceled for all we know.
Sure.
Kind of pie in the sky. It would be cool to get a follow-up to Fallout Shelter.
Didn't they do... Was it Skyrim?
They did.
Didn't they do
They
another...
did Elder Scrolls Blades.
Yeah, that was a different... I thought they did another like Fallout Shelter-esque game.
I don't
in
think
another
so.
universe. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, in another universe? That... Oh, yeah. So
not
that
Fallout.
studio, yes. I don't remember what it was, but you're right. They did another one like that for another property. I don't remember what it was. But I could see a follow-up to Fallout Shelter. That seems like something that could have been developed and turned around in time in tandem with the show to kind of hit at the back end of the cultural zeitgeist with season 1 of the show. I could see them kind of swinging out with that. Obviously, we're not going to get a proper Fallout game. For a long time. If ever.
Well, we'll definitely get a Fallout.
Yeah, it'll just be a long time, a long ways from now, unless Todd Howard like changes his mind and is okay with letting another studio make a game like how Obsidian made New Vegas. But again, that would also be a while from now.
Well, yeah, they've got Avowed, they've got Outer Wilds 2.
Right. Even if it's not Obsidian, like letting another studio in, Todd's not super thrilled with that. But maybe the pressures of the people at Microsoft will sway him forcibly. We'll see. And I don't know if we see that new Xbox product. They keep talking about how it's going to be the biggest technological leap and blah, 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 blah. So like they've brought it up before, but I don't know that we see it yet.
It's just the timing feels poor, but it's
unless again they want to bury the narrative, the current narrative, like if they want to come out with like a big tech showcase as a way to put people off the scent a bit.
But like, do they really think that after shutting down studios that people are going to be like, yeah, let me invest more money into this game?
Yeah,
like I don't see the value of that. But then again, they're idiots over there, so just because I think it's a bad idea doesn't mean that they wouldn't do it.
That's true.
But yeah, I mean that's a ton.
It is.
We're not going to see all that stuff.
We're probably only going to see a small percentage of that, and some things we didn't talk about, and a lot of things we don't want.
Yeah, like I think like Indiana Jones is a definite.
Yeah.
Doom seems like it's a definite.
Gears makes a lot of sense.
Leaks. I think Gears makes sense. And then like probably one or like the Starfield DLC, Avowed, those are probably definites.
Right.
And then like pick one from like State of Decay, Fable, Perfect Dark, like pick one of those.
Right.
And maybe we'll get something from that. That would still be a lot. Like that's a lot
that's still
of
pretty
big
good
stuff.
It's better than the State of Play.
No doubt. All right, moving on to Devolver.
Yes.
So we've got
I'm wearing my Volvi shirt right now.
Nice. It's his 15th birthday.
Yeah.
Isn't that the theming of it?
Yeah.
But they've got a couple of things that have already been announced. Typically, what they'll do is like occasionally they'll go back and show more of something they previously announced. But I feel like most of their showcases, it's mostly new things.
Yeah, it really is.
And not a huge volume of things, but like 3 or 4 things that they'll show.
Right.
Games that have been announced that are not out yet by Devolver. The Plucky Squire. Neva, which is by the folks that made Gris. Wait,
yes.
Am I misremembering that?
Well, I remember Gris. I don't remember if this is attached to that or not.
Nomada Studio. Sorry, I'm trying to look this up quickly because I don't want to misrepresent. Yes, Gris.
Okay.
So yeah, Plucky Squire, Neva, and Skate Story, which is a really cool looking like polygonal artsy fartsy skateboarding game.
Yeah.
So those have already been announced. Plucky Squire has a release date. I don't know.
It doesn't have a date yet.
Release dates yet.
It does not have a date yet. It just says this year.
Oh.
So could get a date on Plucky Squire.
Yeah, because I know.
But I also feel like we've seen a lot of that game. So I wonder.
Yes.
I wonder. Like, there's nothing else you need to see about it because I wouldn't want to see anything else because I don't want it spoiled. That's part of the fun.
That's true. That's true.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, but Neva does not have a date, and Skate Story just says 2024 also.
Okay.
So I think it's likely we'll get an update on one or several of those, and then
maybe there's like a sizzle reel of these previously announced ones with dates or something like that somewhere in there, or they like put it in some weird format that they like to do. But yeah, otherwise it'll probably just be a lot of things that are surprises.
Devolver has become one of my favorite showcases because it's always like super funny and weird, and as a publisher they very rarely miss. Totally. So when they show stuff, it's usually gonna be good, so I like to pay attention to the things they put out for that reason. So that's Devolver. And then next we'll cover the final sort of like solo publisher showcase, which is Ubisoft. So we already know they're going to show XDefiant. We already know they're going to show Star Wars Outlaws, probably a pretty significant chunk of Star Wars Outlaws. And we already know they're going to show Assassin's Creed Shadows, which we did not talk about in the news. That was announced this past month. It is I believe it's like a Shogun era game with dual protagonists. There's one like a more stealthy assassin Asian woman, and then there is more like hulking physical black dude who is, I believe, named or at least based on a real life figure that was like a assistant effectively of some shogun or military leader in Japan. So that's the what the game will be. We haven't seen any gameplay. I would expect we will see gameplay at the Ubisoft Forward. Excited is the wrong word. I have zero faith in Ubisoft. I'm very interested in this. That is a like a setting that I really enjoy. Ghost of Tsushima is like one of the best games I've played in the last decade. If it's anything like that, I will be extremely hyped for it. If it's just the same Assassin's Creed bullshit, but in Japan, I will be very sad. So we'll see. Other options. The Assassin's Creed Infinity bullshit. This like unifying online experience of all their Assassin's Creed games. And then on top of that, all the other random Assassin's Creed games that they've previously announced, like the like horror game one that they're doing. They're all like code names. I think like Oh no, the Project Jade, that's the mobile one, which is also, I think it's like a samurai era thing. But yeah, that's a mobile one. I saw some rumors about Avatar DLC.
That's interesting.
Which I don't know how well that game sold.
I don't know either.
But yeah, and then they're definitely going to show Beyond Good and Evil 2. That game is still existing.
This is the year.
This is the year. Yeah, it's shadow dropped. It's out tomorrow.
Man, who was the actor they got?
Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
He's going to walk out. He's going to walk out on stage and reintroduce the new Beyond Good and Evil 2.
Yeah. But yeah, I think the big ones are Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows. I don't know, other than like some of the smaller stuff that they do, if there will be other big things. Hey, I bet you they're going to do a Just Dance.
Oh, fucking God. This is the year. Splinter Cell. It's happening.
No, it isn't.
No, it's not. But it's happening.
I would love for you to be right, but no, it isn't.
There's probably either going to be a Ghost Recon game in there or a Division game. Actually, probably not Division.
Yeah, they canceled
that one free-to-play one.
Extraction shooter
version of it. So probably not Division. Maybe a Ghost Recon. Because it's been a few years since.
I know, but the most recent ones have all been really, really bad.
Yeah, but I feel like they've still sold reasonably well. And they've been monetized to fucking back.
No, dude. The most recent one, I think it was called Extraction. That one was a huge flop. And then before that was the one with John Bernthal as the villain. And that one was also a huge flop.
Oh, I thought that was the most recent one.
No. Extraction just came out like a year and a half ago.
Oh.
That was the like multiplayer extraction shooter.
Oh.
It was like they rebranded it because it was originally some like kind of, it was like Poison or something. And they rebranded it because I think they realized like Maybe somebody could associate this with bad stuff.
Yes, yeah, no, it was it was that was Rainbow Six. It was Rainbow Six.
Yes, you're right. Rainbow Six Extraction.
Yeah, it was. But
You're right.
What was the first?
It's all Tom Clancy. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, but I mean, God, what was it before the pandemic? It wasn't Infection. Was it Pandemic? Rainbow Six Pandemic? That doesn't sound right. But yeah, it was rebranded to Extraction, which failed hard.
Yes. But you're right. That was
Rainbow Six. Yeah, so we haven't had a Ghost Recon game since the John Bernthal one.
That's true. Because that was Breakpoint?
Breakpoint, yes. That's nice.
And then there was, I think it was Ghost Recon. There was another one before. Wildlands was
Ghost
before.
Recon.
That was also
now on
that was
Game
a big
Pass.
flop too. Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Because that was a flop also.
Interesting. I did not realize
that. Like they ceased support on that after like less than a year.
Oof.
Yeah, the track record of Tom Clancy games has not been strong over the last several years.
Man, those old school Rainbow Six games, those were good. Rainbow Six New Vegas or Rainbow Six Vegas. Those were good games. Yeah. Since then, maybe not so much. Who has SOCOM? Is that Sony? Sony has SOCOM? Who has SOCOM?
No idea.
Who owns SOCOM? US Navy SEALs. Developers Zipper Interactive Slant 6. Yeah, Sony was the publisher, so.
Mm-hmm.
Hey. Later summer showcase. SOCOM's coming back, baby.
It's happening. It's happening.
Oh, man.
So, all right. Yes. Those are the big... Yeah, anything else?
The standalone, folks. And I think we talked about
the standalone ones.
Yeah.
So then for Summer Game Fest and all the associated...
Because EA doesn't have one this year, do they?
Correct.
Yeah.
But they are a partner. Like, they will be at Summer Game Fest in some capacity. So that's where we're going to run through all the other like big publishers that have announced.
Well, do you want to talk about Nintendo? Because they're going to have a separate thing.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, they're going to have a direct in June that they've announced. No specific date as of recording. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to show. They've said that they are not showing Switch 2.
Right.
And they've said that it's focused on the latter half of 2024. Which, like, what's coming out in the latter half of 2024?
Metroid Prime 4.
No, dude. Absolutely not. There's no way. Because that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like, what do they have? The only thing I can, like, even dream up is some new Zelda remake or remaster, like the Link's Awakening remake they made. Something like that.
Right. Or like a
new Kirby or a
Twilight
new Yoshi
Princess
game.
Or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because
like
it hasn't been that long since that Kirby game, so maybe like a new Yoshi game.
I guess. I mean, they put out Princess Peach this year already.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to imagine that they're gonna invest in some big new game at the very end of the Switch's life cycle. Like they've gone into maintenance mode.
Yeah, unless it's gonna span both.
Right. I guess that's true. Like they could announce like.
I mean, that's what they do every time with like a Zelda, but
it is. But they would save that announcement.
They would
save that announcement for the big console. Like they would announce the Switch 2 launching with Super Mario Odyssey 2 or whatever it is.
Right.
Like they wouldn't announce that here and then also port it to the new console.
Yeah. So maybe this is more just about third-party stuff.
Could be. Because like there haven't been. When was even the last big Switch game? Was it Tears of the Kingdom last year? No. Was that last year? Was Tears of the Kingdom last year?
Dude, yes, it was. It was last year. I guess Princess Peach was the most recent one.
Right, well, but I mean like big games.
Yeah, sure. But the Mario, side-scrolling Mario.
Oh, Super Mario Wonder, which is also Wonder. That's true. So they had two big games last year. But yeah, like Princess Peach, they had that remake of the Mario and Donkey Kong, whatever that was.
Oh, yeah.
And then they had Super Mario RPG remaster. They had the Paper Mario remaster. They've got Luigi's Mansion 2 remaster.
Yes, they do have
so
that.
Like they're clearly in that mode right now. So
yeah.
I don't know. Like it could be another one of those, like another remaster to announce to come out this fall or something. But
yeah, like a Xenoblade Chronicles remaster or something.
Yeah.
Who knows?
So we'll see.
Nintendo, they're weird over there.
They are weird. But hey, it's working for them.
Yeah, clearly it is.
All right.
Yes.
Let's just go alphabetical through the rest of these publishers here.
Okay.
We're running extremely long. 2K Games. They have already said that they will have a new entry in a long-running franchise. So is it going to be BioShock or Borderlands? Or is it going to disappoint everyone and be Civ?
Or Mafia?
It's not going to be Mafia. Mafia 3 failed.
I don't know. There have been rumors of a Mafia 4. Like, people have said they've seen a build of a Mafia 4.
All right. I just feel like that game didn't
I don't know if I believe them, but people have said it.
To me, like, BioShock and Borderlands are what makes sense. We already know that Gearbox is working on Borderlands 4. Like, Randy Pitchford has been talking about it, how it's so awesome. It does feel like it hasn't been that long, though.
Yeah, I think it's because of the talk about the movie's been going on for so long, and we all know how bad that's going to be, and so we just have this general malaise about Borderlands.
Fair.
And there was Tiny Tina's whatever with the D&D thing.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Yeah. It's probably a new Borderlands, because I also don't know if they would want to rep their new BioShock game at the same time as, like, Judas is ramping up their marketing.
See, but that's why I think they would want to, is to piggyback on that a little bit.
Yeah, I guess. What was that one, that steampunk game that was very BioShocky?
Clockwork Revolution.
Clockwork Revolution.
That's a Microsoft game.
I wonder if we see Clockwork Revolution.
That is possible.
I'm going to add it to our Microsoft list.
So that we can take credit for it if it's there?
Precisely.
Yeah, who's making that game? In Exile.
Yes,
yeah, they're another one that's been on, like, are they going to get shut down next?
Right. The clockwork is ticking.
I get it.
Thank you. I'm so glad you got it. You're so smart. It was a joke for smart people.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know what else 2K would have to bring out. It's probably either a BioShock or a Borderlands.
Borderlands makes the most sense. I had forgotten about that Tiny Tina game because Borderlands 3 was all the way back in 2019. I thought it was more recent.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
So yeah, I think that's probably the one.
In my heart of hearts, I wish for BioShock so that I can compare it and Judas.
Yeah, I guess that is the negative because Judas looks sick. Although I don't think we've talked about it on the podcast because they did previews of it a month or so ago. And a bunch of people got to play it, and it's kind of like it's got some roguelite elements to it, which I'm not super in love with. But yeah, I mean the style of it, like it's giving me what I want from that kind of game, aesthetically.
Right.
So maybe it's like let's wait a couple of years on BioShock to spread the goods out. But a confirmation that there is a new BioShock game would be good, I guess is what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Let it come out in 2027. I don't care, but confirm that it is happening.
Sure. It would be, it'd be nice to see a title card.
All right, Amazon Games. So they are currently working on a new Tomb Raider game with Crystal Dynamics. They've also got a Lord of the Rings MMO in the works. I don't think we've really seen like anything about either of those.
No. So,
because like both of those would be huge, like announcements. So it's been a while since Tomb Raider. I know it feels like she's been in the limelight. Like the character of Lara Croft has been in the limelight a little bit more recently. So yeah, it might be a good time for like a super early trailer. And by good time, I mean like for shareholders, because I want to see a super early trailer of a game like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It also could be like they're going hard on MMO stuff, and they are not acquiring studios, but like acquiring people and developers a lot. So it could be something completely out of left field. But those were the two big projects that I remember hearing rumors about.
Would
or,
you
like that we know are happening.
Would you play a Lord of the Rings MMO with me?
Yes.
Sweet.
If I can play it on console and it's not a bad experience, yes.
Right. I feel like Final Fantasy XIV showed the industry how to make a good MMO on a console, like to make that controller configuration work.
Maybe like at large, yes, but I have not played it, so I can't speak to like, does that work for me or not?
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
So, all right, and then Annapurna Interactive, they've got a couple of things that have been announced already. Flock, Ghost Bike, and then I think it was last year or like at a Game Awards maybe was the Blade Runner 2020 or 2033 Labyrinth.
Yeah.
Which was like a super like noir kind of mystery. It looked like story focused type game.
Yeah, it looked pretty cool.
It looked really, really cool. So we'll probably get some combination of those things. Atlas has Metaphor Rifantatio, which I believe it's either, I don't know if the game has been confirmed, but the creative director of the game is confirmed as being there. So logic dictates that he will be there to show the game.
Right, yeah.
Hey, people really like Persona. People will really like a game like Persona, just in a different world.
Yeah, a Persona in a fantasy setting, I guess.
Yeah. Those are games that, like, I feel like I owe it to myself and to video games to play one. Right. I just know the time investment will be very high, even assuming that I do like it, and that has always turned me off from that.
Yeah,
those games are very long.
The thing that draws me to Persona is the style, like the funk.
Yep.
And this doesn't have that because it's a fantasy game.
Oh, I think it still does. I was like I was a little underwhelmed with like the graphic effects because they looked really similar to Persona. Like just like the font work and like the comic booky structure of the UI. Like it looks pretty similar to Persona in a way that like to me felt a little bit incongruous with the world.
Right. And like that it wasn't backed up in any of the other aspects of it that I noticed.
Fair. Yeah.
And that's why it didn't seem like it was going to work for me. But yeah, I don't know. That's probably a skip from me. I've tried Persona before, and I don't know that I would go back.
Yeah. Bandai Namco. They're going to show off the Shadow of the Erd tree.
Totally.
Whoopie-woo.
I'll play it when they update the Seamless Co-op mod.
What is Scarlet Nexus 2?
So,
you added that.
Scarlet Nexus was an anime action RPG that came out a few years ago, and there's a rumor that they're making a second one. And so that it would make sense for it to show up if they've been working on it for a couple of years.
I have like never heard of this game.
Yeah, it's a pretty prototypical.
Yeah, it looks like
Japanese action RPG.
Yeah.
A JARP, so to speak.
Of course. And then Capcom.
Yeah.
Resident Evil 1 remake.
That has been rumored, yes.
Also rumors for remakes of Resident Evil 0 and Resident Evil Code Veronica.
Yeah,
they're just going to remake every Resident Evil game.
Well, of course.
Except for like 5.
Of course they are. Yeah, 5's tricky because, racism.
Yep.
So it'll probably be one of these, right? I don't know which it'll be, but it will probably be one of those three. 1, 0, or Code Veronica.
No, I would say it's either going to be 1 or 0 and Code Veronica.
Interesting.
Because, like, a mainline RE game is going to get more attention than, like, the offshoot ones that are less beloved. And so, to me, I think it would make sense to pair, not like it would be a package or anything, but, like, to pair announcements for these other Resident Evil games together. Because, like, I don't know that them saying, like, oh, we're remaking Code Veronica. I don't know that people are going to get as hyped about that as RE2 and RE4.
Yeah, I just feel like with their remakes, it's a significant effort, right?
True.
And so I don't know that they would be doing 2 at the same time.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe it's like they could announce both, but like they're coming out a year apart or something.
Yeah, maybe.
It's given the nature of the rumor being about, like, the rumor is both of them. It's not some people are saying this one, some people are saying the other one. Like, every rumor that I have seen is they're doing RE0 and Code Veronica.
Interesting.
It would make sense to announce them both.
Okay.
But certainly not all three.
No.
That would be too insane.
Yeah, and it was also, it sounds like there will not be Resident Evil 9 this year. They're not ready to talk about that one yet. I'm sure Monster Hunter Wilds will show up elsewhere, not just from the Sony State of Play. Yeah. That'll appear. And they also have The Descendants, which is a live service game in the Resident Evil universe. That has been like announced. People know it exists. This seems like a terrible idea, and it will fail, and they should cancel it and reroute the resources towards successful projects. But they won't.
Make all of the Resident Evil remakes and stuff.
Yeah, they're going to have this live service game that will be live for like 3 weeks, and no one will play it, and they'll have lost a bunch of money. So maybe
they've been on
that'll
a pretty
show
big
up.
hot streak, though.
Yeah, but not with their multiplayer online games. Those have they're always terrible. Yeah. Also, Pragmata, that was delayed indefinitely a couple of years ago, which I didn't realize. I had to look that up. That was that one that I thought it was like a new Death Stranding game when they initially showed it off, because it's that like really weird dude in the spacesuit and the girl with the blonde hair, and it's all weird. Pragmata, that was it was apparently delayed indefinitely a couple of years ago, so probably not gonna see anything about that, maybe ever. Just in case other folks remember that really weird trailer like I do. So yeah, I think that's about it for Capcom.
And then I had these out of order. EA, they also have a lot of stuff that we vaguely know about. Dragon Age Dreadwolf, I would say, is a lock. That game is supposed to be coming out this fall.
Supposedly.
Yeah. I mean, what's his face? And not Andrew Ryan. Andrew Wilson. I believe in the earnings call mentioned Dragon Age Dreadwolf as coming out this year.
Would you kindly release Dragon Age Dreadwolf?
Yeah, and man, I hope it's good. Not just because EA needs to make some good games for once, but I also want to play good games for once too.
Yeah, me too.
And then again, Andrew Wilson mentioned on the earnings call the next Battlefield game, and again, this is shareholder bullshit.
Bad company. The
next Battlefield game is going to be our best live service yet. So, that I wouldn't be surprised to see an announcement on what that is. It's not going to be Bad Company,
dude. If this Battlefield doesn't hit, and it probably won't, I don't think they get to make Battlefield anymore.
It's got to be over.
Yeah,
at least for
a while.
Years.
Yeah. They have that Iron Man game.
Yep, they're working on an Iron Man game. I don't know, dude. I don't know how you make Iron Man fun.
No, there's 2 Black Panther games. There's only 1 Iron Man game.
Correct. Yes.
There's a Wonder Woman game floating around out there somewhere too.
Yeah, Crystal Dynamics.
Sure.
Wolverine.
Again, who cares?
I do theoretically. Man. I didn't even write.
Yeah, but not in actuality.
Well, maybe. I don't know. I didn't even write Wonder Woman down. That's a game we could potentially see because that was announced like 3 years ago with the title card. Our favorite.
Yeah, those movies are fun.
Mass Effect, probably not.
Probably not, as much as it pains
Crisis,
me.
Probably not.
Yeah, also probably not.
Oh, we didn't write down the thing we will definitely see. Sports.
Oh, yeah. Get Uwe Boll EA back Sports. Out here, baby.
It's in the microtransaction game. All right. Focus Entertainment. I jotted down mostly for Space Marine 2's benefit. I think it might be a bummer for Space Marine 2 if Microsoft announces Gear 6 at this event.
Yeah.
Because Space Marine 2 looks great. People will not care about Space Marine 2 if they know Gear 6 is coming.
Well,
or at least not to the same effect.
If Space Marine 2 comes out this year, Gears wouldn't be for another couple years, I'd imagine.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't think it'd be kind of eating its lunch, so to speak. I think it'd be all right. We also skipped over Epic Games.
We did, thank you. I wrote these out of alphabetical order and didn't go back.
Yeah.
The only thing to mention about Epic Games, there's a rumor of Alan Wake 2 DLC.
Yes.
On Twitter, they like updated their name and like their iconography in the background. I texted you, Kyle, because I was like, is this a thing from Alan Wake? Because I have no idea. So I would be surprised to get Alan Wake 2 DLC, although they did it for the first game. Yeah, wasn't there DLC for the first game?
Yeah, so there was a standalone sort of like follow-up, smaller downloadable experience called Alan Wake's American Nightmare.
Right.
So, but we do know that they've had really good story expansions for Control, and that's a model that worked for them well in Control. So it makes sense to see something like that for Alan Wake 2.
The difference to me is that Alan Wake 2 didn't sell very well.
Yeah,
because it was
I don't
an Epic
know,
Store
but
exclusive.
right, and so it's been a little while since it released,
And didn't have a disc version, right?
Right. It's been a little while since it released. You release an expansion, you sell a version that includes all of it, and that gets more people in the door.
Yeah. I think it'd be great if they did it. Like, obviously, I personally
I'd be over the moon.
would not be interested, but it would be nice, like a confidence boost in Remedy and also in like Alan Wake 2.
Yeah.
For them to put out some DLC for it. And there's obviously plenty of story to tell. And then Fortnite.
Put on your hot dog suits. There's going to be some Fortnite.
No thanks. Okay, Konami. Metal Gear Solid Delta.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yep. And then obviously, I don't know if they'll be bringing up more Silent Hill stuff. It was at the State of Play, and then it also got its own individual Silent Hill transmission directly following it. I don't know
because of that. I would probably say no.
Right. I don't know if it'll show up again or not.
Yeah.
I was hoping to see Silent Hill F, which is that follow up to the PT demo. Like they're finally making that game.
Okay.
But we didn't see it at the transmission, so we're not going to see it probably anywhere else, I would guess, unless they know that not very many people are going to watch their Silent Hill transmission, and so they do actually save it for Summer Games Fest. I guess I hadn't considered that, but I don't know. I have a hard time believing that we'll see that. But we will definitely see Metal Gear Solid Delta. Almost assuredly, because it's supposed to come out this year.
Yes. Sorry, I was looking ahead at Saber Interactive because you had written down Metro Awakening, the Metro VR game.
Yes.
And I believe the studio that makes Metro, 4A Games, is owned by Saber Interactive, but Embracer kept the Metro IP.
Oh.
I believe that is the case. I am on a Reddit thread, r/Metro, which is probably a safe place. Embracer's official announcement of the deal. This is a tweet from Jason Schreier. Embracer's official announcement of the deal is a little misleading. Saber is actually bringing along 4A Games Metro series. Okay, that doesn't say anything about the actual Metro IP, though.
I mean, this is also...
the VR game was already not being made by 4A Games.
That's
that's an Embracer joint, not a Saber Interactive joint.
Okay. But
yeah, theoretically, that would mean that 4A Games won't be making any more Metro. Which is sad.
That sounds bad? That sounds bad.
Although, no more Metro... but 4A Games gets out from Embracer is an okay trade-off with me.
Sure.
I would rather them not work for Embracer than play a Metro game.
I guess. Yes. If I have to also be human for a minute, then yes.
Yeah. I think Embracer has laid off 4,000 people in the last year.
Yep, there are a bunch of pieces of shit over there. So I guess if not Metro Awakening VR under Saber, then maybe it appears under, I was about to say under Umbrella, which, frankly, Embracer is just as bad. Actually worse, because they're real.
Yeah, they're real.
John Carpenter's Toxic Commando, that is under Saber Interactive. We got that kind of announcement trailer, I think sometime last year. It's that like Left 4 Dead zombie co-op zombie shooter where everyone piled in that Jeep together and they were like shooting huge hordes of zombies running at them and piling on the vehicle. That seems like it could be cool. I also don't know what it is as a video game, so I'm looking forward to finding out.
I agree.
It would be nice to get some clarification.
I don't know what else.
What the game actually is.
I guess theoretically there could be games that were in the works at Saber Interactive.
Yeah.
Underneath Embracer.
It got so confusing. I don't even know what is there anymore. It's hard to even look up now. I feel about it.
All right, so Square Enix, they are not on the website for Summer Game Fest. I think it would be weird for there to be no Square presence at the show. So I imagine we'll get something.
They typically in the past have done their own streams, though, so they might still be planning on doing their own stream at some point.
I feel like they would have... I mean, yeah, if it's later in the summer, but it would make way more sense for them to piggyback on all of the Games Fest stuff happening to do it. Because I feel like that's what they did last year, is they did a little half-hour thing that week. But we already know they're working on Kingdom Hearts 4. Sai?
Yes. Unfortunately.
Rumor about a Dragon Quest 3 remake.
Yep.
You wrote down Final Fantasy 9 remake.
There's a big rumor about that, yes.
I do not see that at all. That is not one of the
not
more
in the
popular...
style, not in the more of a remaster.
Just a remaster.
Yeah.
But still, like that's not one of the more popular Final Fantasy games. It just feels like a weird...
I mean, if it's more of a remaster, then it's not a huge project for them.
I guess.
In terms of man hours.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's a good kind of satiation for all of us old timers who keep clamoring for turn-based Final Fantasy games again.
Yeah. And like I'm trying to think of like what else could there be, because they don't do a lot of DLC, so like I wouldn't expect anything for like Final Fantasy 16.
So there is supposed to be, I believe, DLC for Final Fantasy 16.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
They are doing DLC for that.
Okay. So yeah, that would make sense.
That would make sense. Yeah.
They'll stay away from Final Fantasy 7. New Foam Stars content?
Oh my god! Just let it die. Let it die in a sudsy fire.
Take-Two Interactive. I was going to say we'll almost certainly see Judas there, but I don't know. They just did a bunch of preview footage of it a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, was it at Game Awards that there was another big trailer, or was it more recent than that at some other thing? But yeah, I feel like we've seen a lot of that within the last several months, so I don't know.
It just depends on like if it's going to release this year. If it releases this year, we will see more of it. If not, then I could see it, being pushed.
I would be surprised if it released this year, given what I saw about the stuff that people played. It seemed like it was still not like it was super early, but that there was still work to be done.
Yeah,
and this was less than 6 months ago.
Okay.
So I don't know. But they're also working on Tales of the Shire, which looks adorable.
Yeah, I do wonder if... God, what was that game I just played that I really liked that was like a Souls-like, but made by Private Division, which is under 2K. I talked about it on the last podcast. Shit. It's no longer in my recently played on Steam, so I can't find it anymore.
Souls-like?
It's that like that painterly aesthetic. It's gorgeous. It's an early access, and I talked about how like there were some weird elements to it where like there's like some live servicey elements, like these dailies that you go in.
Oh, No Rest for the Wicked.
No Rest for the Wicked. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I wouldn't consider that a Souls-like because it's pretty. But I see where you're coming from.
Yeah. It is absolutely a Souls-like.
It's more just because it's an isometric, like top down.
Yeah, that it doesn't present itself as one visually, but mechanically it is. I do wonder if we'll see something of that, like maybe like what the next content drop is going to be or something. I don't know.
Or even like an accolades, early access accolades trailer thing like that.
Right.
Warner Brothers. So we know that they're going to be showing off Batman Arkham Shadows, which is a VR game. Woohoo.
Yeah.
Other stuff we know about Mortal Kombat 1. Maybe. They had that big reveal whenever that was at Game Awards that I thought went over really well. New multiverses content, like they're trying to make that thing happen.
They just brought it back, and apparently it's doing really good numbers on Steam.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, I wrote Wonder Woman here.
Oh, there you go.
Technically, okay. Warner Brothers. Yeah, I kind of doubt it on Wonder Woman. That feels like one of those that it might not happen.
Yeah.
Crystal Dynamics has been going through it.
Yeah.
And then Hogwarts Legacy, I think it was recently announced like a free summer update thing. So they could showcase that there. Like, hey, go play this now. One of the best rated selling games of last year, et cetera, et cetera. Or 2 years ago. Or no, last year.
Yeah, I don't know what time is anymore either.
So yeah. Those are all of the publishers we know are going to be in attendance in some capacity. Obviously, again, we won't see all of the things we mentioned. Just a fun, hey, what about this?
Yeah. Hey, then, remember this?
We can't look dumb because we're just speculating. But if some of these are shown, we can look smart because we're like, yeah, we mentioned that.
Uh-huh.
We mentioned that as a possibility.
It's the perfect crime.
Hell yeah. Okay, so then there's a big long list of other third-party games. For the sake of time, are there specific ones on here that you would call out? Maybe like these ones that we know are going to be there. Already mentioned Batman VR.
Right.
Pal World.
Yeah,
I did not see anything about Pal World.
There's supposed to be some updates. Some big updates coming to Pal World. Delta Force Hawk Ops is a free-to-play first-person shooter by Timmy Studio Group. Yeah.
Doesn't at all sound like a mobile game.
Well, so this is a studio that made COD Mobile. They're owned by Tencent. They're a Chinese developer.
I was setting you up.
Okay.
Setting you up.
Perfect. Thank you.
It's just my skills as a host.
Yeah. The first Descendant, published by Nexon, is supposed to be getting a launch date. I don't even know what that is.
I added that.
Okay.
Yes, it's a big sci-fi game that I am now forgetting the details of because it looked kind of generic.
Okay.
But yeah, this was announced a while back. No, this was announced at Game Awards. This is the one with the like TNA metal bunny suit.
Oh, right.
Chick.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, multiplayer kind of action game.
Yeah, the not Stellar Blade.
Exactly.
Perfect. Okay. And Uncapped Games is revealing their new RTS, which is made by a bunch of industry veterans, and it's
isn't every game made by industry veterans?
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything anymore. It's their pitch for it is that it's more accessible to a wider audience to trying to get more people into RTS games.
So who's Uncapped Games? What have they made?
This is their first game. It is a bunch of people have come together.
I see.
Like folks that worked on like War.
A bunch of industry vets.
Yeah, a bunch of veterans, honorably discharged from the industry, have come back together.
AKA laid off.
Yes. Yeah, we should instead of calling it laying off, we should start calling it honorably discharged.
Jeez.
But I believe this is their first game. So that is confirmed to be in the show at some point. Present.
That seems like a PC Games showcase.
It certainly does.
Perfect fit.
Yes.
Yep. Handful of other things from this list. Black Myth Wukong. They've been like trickling out trailers and gameplay and stuff.
This one's the Souls game, but with the Monkey Man.
With the monkey. What is that? What is the book called? Odyssey to the West? Journey to the West?
Journey to the West.
Yeah.
Journey to the
what
Mario
else?
Odyssey of the West Galaxy 2.
Exodus, which was that sci-fi game with Matthew
Matthew
McConaughey.
McConaughey.
I would say no on that one.
You don't think so?
No, that's like we'll hear about that at Game Awards next year with like a 2028 release date.
Yeah, maybe. I know people are really excited about Hollow Knight Silksong. This year's the year.
That game's never coming
Yeah,
out. Like
I
that
don't
would be
think so.
that's like Half-Life 3. Like if it just became
Yeah.
a meme that like it just never comes out.
Yeah. I bet we see Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 somewhere
I
in
bet
the
you're
show
right.
because it's supposed to release this year. They did that really big reveal with the live action stuff and like talks with the devs a little bit.
There was a
little
new
bit
trailer
ago.
just like a couple weeks ago too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It would be cool, question mark, if we got to see Little Devil Inside again. They released...
Which one is this?
So this is...
It's a horror game, yeah?
No.
Oh.
Well, kind
I
of.
was assuming from the title.
No, it's like... It's hard to say what it is because it's shown slightly differently the different times they've shown it. But it's it's like the cute kind of little potato-y graphics. You got like a little dude with a sword and he's rolling around and fighting monsters and then also running around to town and talking to people. And it seems like there are also like some diorama like sets and vignettes with story happening. Then in like a few months ago, they released some gameplay, like some more updated gameplay. And there's like a thing where like you're walking around like a mini version of you on a world map as well.
Oh, cute.
And so it seems like it's a kind of a mashup of some different things.
Stylistically, it feels like James and the Giant Peach meets Don't Starve.
Yes. Very good. That's a very good shout.
But it's like a, third person over the shoulder kind of camera perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks cool.
Neon Prime is Valve's new game that they've announced. That probably makes it a PC gaming show.
Yeah.
If they're ready to show it. Maybe that new Rise of the Golden Idol game. Because Case of the Golden Idol was really cool. And then I think in an interview, the creator of Case of the Golden Idol said that Rise of the Golden Idol... maybe it was at the Game Awards, Rise of the Golden Idol showed up. It's been in some showcase somewhere, sometime, for some reason. I doubt we see Slitterhead, which is the new game from the Silent Hill creator, at his own new studio. I doubt we see it, but maybe. We may see more info on Stalker 2. Again, that one's also still supposed to be coming this year. That one, again, has had some troubled development because of the war in Ukraine.
Right.
Like some of the devs have gone off to fight in the war and have died, and other considerations making that a troubled development. But hopefully that's in a good shape and they've been able to make progress on it, and so they're able to put it out hopefully on time this year. Do you think Star Wars Eclipse still exists?
No.
Okay.
I don't.
Then what is Quantic Dream working on?
Who gives a shit?
I kind of care. I'm always curious. I will always play what they put out, even though, like, knowing what it is, I will always play what they put out.
Yeah, I think with Bob Iger coming back to Disney and clamping down on a lot of like Kathleen Kennedy's ideas and the way that the Star Wars universe has expanded and trying to dial back on things, I don't think this game happens. Like when it was announced, it was nothing. It was a style trailer that was CG. Like there were no characters, there was no story, there was nothing in that trailer except vibes and dreams.
Yeah.
And like that game did not exist when they showed it. That is a very easy game to just never talk about ever again.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
Quantic Dream's been doing a lot of publishing. Because they've got their like indie publishing thing.
Yeah.
Didn't they put out like 2 games last year?
Yeah.
Which I know isn't like a lot, but at least 2, I should say.
Hey, what was that game?
Under the Waves? Wasn't that Quantic Dream?
Oh, maybe. maybe.
Pretty sure it was.
What was that game that we all thought was fake and was probably fake? It was that big open world sandbox RPG from an Eastern studio, where it was kind of like All Things the game, where like they did like the Breath of the Wild parachute thing, and climbing the towers and stuff.
Yeah.
God, what was that game?
No idea. Because there was another one, too, at that same showcase that was, like, the really dynamic... It looked like QTE combat because of how, like, specific it was. And people were, like, freaking out about how awesome it looked. And just I was like, there is a 0% chance this game is real.
Yeah, I can't remember what that game was.
But yeah, Under the Waves was... Spotlight by Quantic Dream, which is their indie games publishing label.
Okay.
Lysfanga. That's why I recognize it.
Oh, okay.
All right, I put out Lysfanga this year. Sea of Solitude a couple of years ago.
All right,
so not a ton of stuff, but no, I said we're not going to see Exodus.
Yeah,
is that it?
I don't know what we have. Some other things on here. I just don't know about them.
Yeah, like you wrote down the game from That's No Moon, which is some Infinity Ward people. I know one of the dudes who's a writer there used to work at IGN back in the day. He worked at EA. Like he was one of the writers on the Battlefront 2 single player mode.
Okay.
I know he's a writer there. But yeah, that game, to our knowledge, does not exist.
Right.
Like obviously they're working on something, but I don't know. It just feels like it's a weird environment to announce a big AAA game.
Yeah,
because it's this ain't E3. You know what I mean? Like the viewer, it does not have the same impact. I feel like the value of piggybacking on dozens of games being announced at all times for a week, that doesn't exist with Summer Game Fest. There are not people there.
Know.
I mean, it's not the same level.
I think I disagree. I think the industry is bigger than it's ever been, and it's also easier to watch it than it's ever been.
Yes, but the fact that it is bigger than it's ever been is kind of to my point, which is like, I think they being any kind of studio, but using That's No Moon as this example, like, I think they would get more attention if they announced it by itself in a month than if they had a thing at Summer Game Fest.
Yeah, but like to who?
What do you mean?
Like a studio like That's No Moon, they're self-publishing, I believe. Like they don't have someone who's going to put their game in front of a bunch of people for them. They have to figure that out themselves. And so why not use a vehicle like Summer Game Fest?
Yeah, that's possible. I just feel like the accessibility of that stuff is easier than ever, and there are tons of media outlets that want content to get them clicks and them views. Like, even for a game like that, I feel like it's pretty easy to put out a trailer and have it spread. I don't know. I guess I don't think there's a wrong answer. I don't think that the value is the same with Summer Game Fest as it was with E3. And it's not just because gaming has gotten bigger. It's just the idea that, like, E3 was an event. Summer Game Fest is not an event.
Right.
In, like, even close to the same atmosphere as E3 was. Even for somebody who's watching online. Like, it was an entire week. Like, that's... Yeah. These companies moved out of the way of each other to get more of their own eyes because there was so much stuff happening. And that's why they started doing all their own shows and not being just part of E3. But it was still the same week. And Summer Game Fest, it's not nearly as big as that. And it's intentional that they are putting all this stuff back to back to back to back to back. Because they know if they spread this over a week, people are not going to pay attention to it. Compared to how they would spread over 2 days.
Sure.
I don't know. Rambly thoughts. Who knows if you know, these are the types of conversations that folks at the studio are absolutely having of like, what are the pros, what are the cons? And I guess part of my point is like, it's a bummer to me that it isn't as much of an event, because I think it's less likely to see. I feel like it's sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy that because it's less of an event, fewer publishers and developers want to be part of it, like as their primary point of strategy for an announcement. And so because fewer are doing it, there's less attention paid, which means fewer are doing it, which means less attention is paid. And that's kind of the thing. Like, Summer Game Fest is never going to be E3, even in a digital version of E3. It's just never going to be as big because everybody can do their own shit so much more easily. The end.
Stamp, double stamp, triple stamp.
Yeah. So that's Summer Game Fest and all of the other associated press conferences, webinars, showcases, whatever the hell you want to call them. PR, shareholder events.
And hey, I will say, like, that was a lot of games we went through.
Mm-hmm.
I care about, like, more than half of those things that we talked about.
100%.
At different levels, of course, but, like, there are a lot of things that we know exist that I would like to get my hands on and play at some point.
Yeah. 2026 is going to be a banger of a year.
Yeah.
Like, therein lies the problem.
Right, yeah.
That's why my excitement is lower, is because I know 90% of the things we talked about, more than 90%, are not coming out this year.
Yeah.
And most of them aren't coming out next year either. Because that's what AAA game development is like. Like, people that are starting work on a AAA game right now are making it for the PlayStation 6 to come out in 2028, 2029.
Yeah.
That it's just unsustainable. When you have hundreds of people working on a game for 5 years, no fucking wonder it needs to sell 20 million copies. There's a meme that I've seen for years, but the one that comes to my mind is like, it has like a picture of Sonic on it. And it's like, I want shorter, smaller, worse looking games made by people that get more sleep. And I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
And it's one of those, like, it's, you know, on purpose trying to be like an edgy teenager meme. And I just really liked that. I would like it on a t-shirt.
Yes.
Because that's how I feel.
Yeah.
I don't need a 100-hour epic, man. I don't need earth-shattering graphics to have fun with a video game.
Yeah. I
Just
do
make it good.
think it's still cool to get one of those every once in a while.
I love games that look good.
But not even every year. I don't even need one every year.
It's like a useless arms race at this point.
Yeah.
Like, do people say they do, but are we really seeing that much of a difference console generation to console generation?
Not anymore.
Like, think about games that came out like 4 years ago. Are the games that come out now that drastically better looking? Like, they're definitely better looking, but it doesn't make a difference to your experience with those games.
Right.
I just don't think that it does, by and large. I'm sure there are exceptions.
Yeah.
And like, everything I've seen of Hellblade 2, that game looks insane. The animation quality and the attention to detail and just the fidelity, it looks insane. Hey, guess what? I'm not playing it because it looks also boring as fuck. So who cares?
Right.
Make games like Hi-Fi Rush, or actually don't. Because you get laid off.
Because you get laid off.
Let's do an email.
Yeah, let's do it.
Our good friend Connor writes in, if you want to join Connor...
Where did Connor write in?
Yeah, I'm fucking getting there. God damn it, let's start this fucking thing over. I'm sick of your attitude.
It's 12:27 a.m.
I told you this was going to happen. I'm exhausted. I'm hungry. I need to pee.
Yeah.
And I'm parched, but I don't want to drink more water because I have to pee. So yes, if you want to be like Connor and send an email to the Shea Hates Everything podcast, because clearly will be such a joy as we talk about it.
Yeah.
You can send that email to info@SheaHatesEverything.com. That's info@SheaHatesEverything.com. Connor writes, subject line, who does Hades 2 work for? Greetings. I'm looking at the games coming out this year, and there really isn't anything I'm excited for now that Hades 2 is pretty much out. I will admit I'm excited for Star Wars Outlaws, but that's because I'm broken.
Same, brother.
Really nothing I'm over the moon about unless we get a shadow drop of something at Summer Game Fest. However, if you're looking for some stuff to play, now that you have the Steam Deck, I highly recommend checking out a ton of older game catalogs through EmuDeck. I have cataloged a couple thousand games from Atari 2600 up to the PS3 360 era and have a blast revisiting old ones or trying out games I've only heard of / seen before. You should absolutely enable Retro Achievements too, which is a list of trophies created by the community for thousands of old games. I always have a blast visiting old libraries to check out games I didn't get far in as a kid or wasn't able to play due to scarcity or price, while also trying to complete as many trophies as I can. What is your take on emulation for a lot of these old games? Should they be as available as they currently are? If Rockstar isn't going to give me a legal way to buy Austin Powers' Oh Behave for the Game Boy Color, should I be punished for finding other avenues to play it? Quick side note, I did not intentionally read the subject line in the Austin Powers voice, but now it all makes sense. I'm starting to understand Connor's brain and how it works here.
Yeah.
He referenced the Austin Powers games. So he's got the subject line that references the quote. I'm putting it all together. Connor, I have figured you out.
Okay.
All right, Connor continues. With Nintendo shutting down Yuzu, which was a Switch emulator, should the creators be punished for providing an emulator that runs Tears of the Kingdom better than the actual Switch hardware, even against those that actually purchase the game and use Yuzu to run the game instead of their own Switch? Nintendo had an awesome thing going with the Wii U eShop, but then decided to sunset the whole catalog and close the storefront. Do either of you have a plan for what to do if Steam or PlayStation were to shut down their digital storefronts? Would love to hear the discussion on these, and thanks for the pod. I'll address this PS after this because there's like a lot of questions in there. I would say, first of all, on the point of EmuDeck, baby, I'm doing that. Mm-hmm. I already got that shit going. We talked about it at the beginning. I am a computer hacker genius.
That's right. You are.
And I got EmuDeck to work by recognizing that there was a tab open in the background. I have definitely not a couple thousand. That's insane. Also, Connor, where are you getting the money to purchase legally all of these old games and then emulate them on your Steam Deck? That's crazy. I want whatever job you have that you can afford that.
Yeah.
But yes, I have got a couple dozen games, mostly from, I guess it's all over the place. I've got some, like basically NES through the GameCube era. I think I might have a couple of PS2 games. But yeah, that's kind of like my bread and butter. I guess theoretically I could be interested in playing other random games, but that's not, I feel like that's getting farther away from why I bought the Steam Deck in the first place.
Right.
Because I didn't buy a Steam Deck to emulate old games. I bought it to play PC games that I can't play on console.
Right.
Is that happening? No. I also forgot to mention, there was a Steam sale. I bought Pepper Grinder, I bought Dome Keeper, and Gunbrella just a couple weeks ago. You'll also recognize I didn't mention any of those games as games I played in the last month because I didn't play any of them. So I'm back now in the habit of buying games and not playing them.
Yeah.
But that's what I want to do with my Steam Deck is play PC games that I can't play on console. So I don't know that I would have the interest in like playing a bunch of random old games. There are a small number, like it's games that I enjoyed as a kid, but didn't sink all the time into, or like don't have a strong memory. Like Super Mario Sunshine's a great example. Like my memory is like, I liked that game and everyone always tells me it's bad. That can't be true.
No,
so I'm going to replay Super Mario Sunshine.
Is good.
But yeah, that's an example of the type of game that I'm looking for to emulate on my Steam Deck. To the question on like emulation in general, like is it legal / ethical? I mean, I guess technically it is not legal. Is it ethical? I have conflicting feelings because you give a couple different examples, Connor. So there's the Rockstar example of you can't buy Austin Powers' Oh Behave anywhere. Should you be able to emulate that? I think yeah.
Yeah. Like
you're not hurting Rockstar.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like they don't give a shit. They don't need the or especially because you'd be buying it on eBay. So like some other douchebag is going to make your $150 for buying it. To the point on like, should someone emulate Tears of the Kingdom right after it came out? I would say no, because that's more like that's just like piracy, basically. Like you're playing a new game illegally rather than buying it. And I completely understand their perspective of like, but stuff runs really poorly on the Switch. And I'm like, yeah, man, but I still like that is where the line is for me in this like ethical gray area. I don't judge someone necessarily for doing that. I do think that people use the piracy excuse too much. Like I've seen a lot of commentary on like, if buying a game isn't owning it because it's always online, you can shut down the servers whenever you want and I just lose my $60. If that's the logic, then pirating a game isn't stealing it because buying isn't owning, so pirating isn't stealing. I understand the memeable ethical quandary around that. I just don't think it passes muster for me personally. So that's where I would say my answers are different based on your examples, and it is a gray area. And also, do whatever you want. It's not that big of a deal. Like these companies aren't hurting. It's you buying a copy of Tears of the Kingdom isn't going to save some developer's job if the game doesn't sell enough copies. You know what I mean? Like so it's kind of like, who gives a shit? I'm kind of over the culture war around some of that stuff. Yeah.
I come down on it similarly. My golden rule is, am I stealing something? Like, if I want to play Tears of the Kingdom, but I don't want to play it on the Switch, I buy Tears of the Kingdom and then I emulate it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
If it's, to Connor's point, if it's an old game you can't get anywhere else, like, I'm not stealing this thing. Like, I'm not hurting anybody by not, buying it or whatever. Like, I'm not hurting the original creators. Because there are also people out there who really want the physical hardware, and like that's the experience they're looking for.
Right.
And I'm not looking for that experience when I'm doing this sort of thing. For certain experiences, I am. Like, I was fortunate enough to get a Retro Pocket, and that's a very specific experience where you're doing it on like real hardware. Using the original carts and all that other stuff, and like that's great. That's a great experience. Sometimes I wanna play a game where I have the speed hacks enabled, or I can download like a hacked save or whatever, and it's so much easier to do that emulating it on PC than anything else. And though I come to them for different reasons. If I'm looking for the authentic experience, I will pay the money for it. Sometimes I don't want the authentic experience.
Yeah.
And at those times, nobody is being harmed by my not purchasing a thing.
Right.
It's all old stuff that they haven't really, or like, for example, so I started playing Final Fantasy VII. I didn't talk about this because I had just started it. I haven't really gotten far into it, but I downloaded it. I was going to emulate it and just run it that way, but then I read that like you could do the speed hacks, and you can like on the Switch version you can like turn off encounters, turn on like infinite health, and et cetera, like things that'll just help you get through it. And so I was like, okay, that is a value add on this old game, so I'm going to go ahead and buy that and give them the money because that's the experience that I want. Now, the PC version of Final Fantasy VII doesn't have that stuff. So it's like, I wouldn't buy the Steam version because that's not the experience I'm looking for. I would sooner just emulate the thing because they're not giving me a value add. The Nintendo Switch version is. Anyway, that's my logic for it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. You mentioned like the physical ownership part, which I think gets to some of Connor's final question in here, which is just like, what happens if Steam or PlayStation shuts down their digital storefront?
Yeah, we're fucked.
And yeah, like I games preservation I think is really important, not just for individuals, but also just for like history and the community. And it sucks that there are digital only games that are online that when they're shut down, they're gone. Like there's you can't access them, you can't play them. The only things that exist are like, YouTube videos of people playing them. And there are organizations that do their best to collate that stuff and keep, copies of things that they can. I think that that's awesome. But at the end of the day, it's one of those things that like, it's terrible and it sucks. And I really hope that it doesn't happen. And I don't think there is any indication that it will happen. Because like, I don't think that like, Sony's just going to be like, we're going to stop making video games. Let's just let's just shut down PlayStation Network and just not do it anymore. I just don't see that as a likely outcome. In the event that something like that happened, there's literally nothing we could do to stop it.
No.
So again, it's one of those like existential frustrations that it makes me angry to think about that potential future, but I can only spend so much time being angry about it because there's nothing I can do to stop it.
Right.
So like, what's the point?
Yeah,
it's that,
stop worrying about it.
Yeah, I mean, but that's for me.
Don't let the not worrying about it like lull you into complacency.
Right.
Like still
we should still be
continue
fighting
to
against it.
continue to challenge it where appropriate.
Yeah.
But don't live every day of your life biting your nails about it.
Yeah. Because, like, I mean, maybe I'm reading into the question, but, like, the subtext of the question feels like, do you want to buy physical games to protect against this? And the answer is no. Like, I'm not
that also
do
doesn't work anymore because even physical editions of games require patches and stuff.
Yeah, I guess. But many of them would still work, like, without some kind of... I guess it depends, because, like, limited run games
just depends.
Exists, right? Like, hell, Limited Run Games is doing an on-disc version of Hi-Fi Rush, which is amazing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's not a complicated issue because it's a very clear black and white right and wrong. It's just that the wrong is what will happen if something happens, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. So I don't have the energy in my life with everything else going on in the world to, like, sit and be mad. And I'm not going to spend the money. I'm not going to do the research. I'm not going to take the effort. I'm not going to clutter up my small home with on-disc things for this, like, future that I'm afraid of happening. That, frankly, I don't think is realistic. Like, I just don't see Steam going away in my lifetime. At least to the point that, like, I can no longer access the things that I own. Even if they sold, God forbid, or, like... Also, God forbid, like, when Gabe Newell passes away, what happens to the new CEO? Is he a piece of shit like all other CEOs are? Like, who knows? I just can't. I can't work up the anger.
Right.
I've worked up plenty of anger on this podcast already.
Yeah, I'm exhausted.
All right, so here's the PS. Finished Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and it's probably slotting somewhere in the 3 to 5 spot for Game of the Year. I got really burnt out with the side open world stuff around the Gongaga region and then just mainlined the story from there. It was still fun and difficulty wasn't bad at all, even skipping almost all side content entirely. If either of you are interested in still powering through the story. Top spots are definitely between Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Hades 2, and Balatro. It would maybe be Helldivers if Kyle would play with me.
Dude, that's so rude.
Of you.
You gotta ask, brother.
Don't just be passive aggressive in an email. Yeah, Helldivers 2 is my game of the year, and at the number 2 spot is, like, frankly nothing, man.
I haven't even started looking at a list yet.
Like, Prince of Persia: Lost Crown I think is a good video game. Another Crab's Treasure I think is a good video game. I didn't get far enough into them to be passionate about them in, like, a best games I played this year context. And that's part of it. To be fair, I haven't played Balatro. I want to. I just haven't, like, spent I haven't had the energy to just, like, purchase it and dedicate time to it. Hades 2 is more complicated. I waver on this. My original intent was to wait until 1.0. Hearing that the game is, like, pretty near complete, I'm, like, a little more incensed to just go for it. But I also know that if I start playing it and I get really deep into it and then I'm done with it and then they go back and add stuff, I'm not going to go back to play more of it after I've finished my time with it. So that's my Like that might, unfortunately, that'll be a game that you'll see on my 2025 Game of the Year list when it 1.0s. Because that's what happened with the first game. I waited until it came out on PS4 in 2021. I have not written that Game of the Year post. When I do, the first Hades game will be very high on that list. So yeah. That hooray Game of the Year.
Okay. I don't even want to think about it right now.
there isn't that much. Let's do game releases for June, and then we'll talk about our Game Club game, and then we can wrap this baby up. June 4th, big day. Destiny 2: The Final Shape, which we talked about.
Yep.
Which apparently I'm going to be playing.
Hell yeah.
Fireside, which I don't remember what that is. This always happens with at least one game.
Yep.
Okay, I'm pulling this up. Oh, this is it's like a cutesy, narrative experience about a journey. Make friends, trade, and chat around a campfire. It's sort of like a exploration game. It's got a very kind of cutesy, hand-drawn, like a child drew in a way, where you just kind of like walk around. It's a vibes-based game and talk to people, make your little raft. It looks cute. Also on the 4th is Killer Clowns from Outer Space. This is one of those like asymmetrical,
Dead by Daylight
hero villain. Yeah, exactly. What was the other one? Friday the 13th? Was there a Friday the 13th one?
There was, and there was also an Evil Dead one.
Yeah. So this is Killer Clowns. I love that movie. I'm not going to play this.
That movie is still terrifying.
Oh, no doubt. It's like dumb and fun, but it is actually scary.
Yes.
Also on the 4th, Star Wars Hunters. Peek behind the curtain. I wanted this to be our Game Club game. It's free to play, mobile game. It's Star Wars. It's probably bad because most of them are. I thought it would be a fun one, and I could not get Kyle to agree to play a free game on his phone. Don't you own phones? Don't you guys own phones? Instead, Kyle's going to play fucking XDefiant. Because his friend wanted to play XDefiant.
Well, no, I did it by myself.
Oh, that's even worse.
It was terrible.
Oh crap. I clicked the wrong tab here. All right, on the 7th is Dragon is Dead. I'm talking slowly because I also don't remember what this game is.
Dude.
Oh, yeah, I do. This is it's like a roguelike. It's I was trying to remember the name of the Blasphemous? I think it was Blasphemous. Was like a 2D hack and slash Metroidvania.
Okay.
That was very like gothic. It was like a Castlevania.
Yeah.
Not just a Metroidvania, but like it was aping Castlevania. This is similar, but it's like more of a roguelike game. It's got a cool visual aesthetic to it. Like I said, it's like that super dark, gothy kind of vibe. I'm not a roguelike person, but this one kind of jumped out as like at least it's got a cool visual style going on. And then we've got #Blood, which is on June 18th. This is a really fun one. This is a really like over the top, violent, sort of like isometric combat game, but it looks like the Fairly Odd Parents. Like it's a very like late 90s animation style.
Okay.
You play as this little pink, whatever, like 10-year-old girl who just beats the living fuck out of everybody, and it's got like some like Cult of the Lamb inspired like culty demon monster kind of stuff. It looks really, really cool. This is a game I would like put near the top of my list of like might want to check out.
Oh yeah, this looks great.
I don't understand the name. I don't get what the name like. I would say it's probably not a great name for like discoverability, but
yeah,
I do not work on their. It's a Humble published game.
Okay.
Do not work on the Humble marketing team. Also on the 18th, Still Wakes the Deep. This is a Kyle game.
Yes, this is that first-person kind of narrative horror game that I kept confusing with Under the Waves. Yep. Very different video games. Yeah, this one looks really, really cool. It caught my attention immediately when they first showed it off, and I'm very excited that it's finally coming out.
Yeah. On the 20th is Aska, which I think is maybe going into early access. Yes, it's going into early access.
Early Aska?
This is Valheim.
Okay.
It's a Viking-inspired MMO-esque survival game. On the 21st, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erd Tree. Yay for people who care. And then on the 27th is Luigi's Mansion 2 HD.
Yay for whoever cares again.
Yeah, but I care. The people that like Luigi's Mansion, I care about more than the people like Elden Ring.
Well, people don't like Luigi's Mansion 2 is the thing.
Oh, they don't?
No.
Weird that they're doing this.
Yeah.
But yeah. So since Kyle wouldn't agree to play Star Wars Hunters, and the only like big game is the Elden Ring DLC, which I certainly am not going to play, we decided to go back a month, and we're going to check out some Paper Mario Thousand Year Door.
Finally, a good video game.
Yeah. I'm very excited. I've been on I knew I wanted to play it, but it was one of those where like, can I really justify buying a game that's an HD remaster in this way, like on the Switch, a console I would never use anymore except to play Mario Kart 8?
Yeah.
But you brought it up, and I was like, okay, I need zero convincing.
Yeah.
As long as it's someone else's idea, I am on board.
Because I've never played it either, and I mean, I watched like the Game Grumps play it like years ago on their YouTube channel, but that's kind of it. It's my partner Kara's favorite game, basically, of all time. And so, like, they've played it a bunch of times, but I have never. So I am looking forward to jumping in.
Nice. But yeah, now that I think Blood would have been a good one too.
Yeah.
Hearing that you also think it looks cool, I might go ahead and just force myself and buy Blood and force myself to play it.
Okay.
But yeah, Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. I'm hyped. I need to go ahead and buy that so I can play it.
Yeah, I already have it downloaded on my Switch. I'm just waiting to play it because I've been playing all this other stuff.
You got it digitally?
I did.
Yeah, I think most of my Switch stuff I have the carts because I've got like a case.
Yeah.
So I was planning on buying it physically. All right, let's wrap this baby up with something we don't hate. I have a little story about mine.
Oh boy.
Today I do not hate Taylor Swift. And
how dare you?
I know I mentioned at the top that like my wife and her sister and my daughter did like their little girls' night where they watched the Taylor Swift stuff. I was hanging out with my wife and my sister-in-law, and they made some comment about Taylor Swift, and I made like a little sarcastic comment. And my sister-in-law was like, wow, don't you love it when someone just like says something negative about a thing you like just to like be mean? Isn't that super cool? And I was like, hey, that's actually a really good point. Because like I wasn't doing it to be hateful, but Taylor Swift's been around a long time. I've not been the biggest fan. I think she's a really crappy role model, which I do still believe. But I have not cared for her music. But like me, she's like my wife's favorite artist. My wife has grown up listening to her. She's a huge fan. And like, it's not nice for me to like shit on it every time she brings it up. Also, it's not nice for me to shit on things when other people are talking about things they like, because I don't want to like do that in front of my kids. Because one, I don't want to instill that in them to do and like that become a habit. And also, what I certainly don't want to happen is like my daughter really likes Taylor Swift. And so if she were to like catch on to me making fun of it, then I'm making fun of something she likes. And she's 5. That's mean. I'm her dad. I shouldn't do that. So I was like, you know what? Not only am I going to just kibosh the Taylor Swift hate, my wife loves Taylor Swift. My daughter loves Taylor Swift. I'm going to get into Taylor Swift. That doesn't mean I'm going to be a Swiftie. I'm not going to be a big fan. I'm not going to care about who she's dating. But I want to like listen to the music and find things about it that I can enjoy so that I can share that with my wife and with my daughter. Because I'm just such a fucking good guy, dude.
Oh my god.
Even better dad than I am a husband, which feels impossible, but it's true.
Oh my
But no,
god.
but in all seriousness, like that was my motivation, is like, they love this thing, I want to like do that. So I've been listening to a decent amount of it with my wife because she likes to play it just around the house. There's some really, like, especially on her new album, it's got some like synthwave energy to some of the songs that I really, really like. There's one, I don't know the names of these because I honestly don't pay that much attention to the lyrics, but there's one that she did with who's the dude that looks like Jonah Hill with a bunch of tattoos?
Dude, you know I have no fucking clue.
But you've seen this guy because there's been a bunch of memes about him. Everybody listening knows who I'm talking about. Let me Google. Who's the singer with tattoos that looks like Jonah Hill? Let's see if Google's AI can figure this out with me.
That pisses me off so much. I can't
Post
turn it off.
Malone.
Oh, Post Malone.
I don't believe I've
He looks
ever
like
heard
Jonah
a Post
Hill?
Malone song. I mean, not like really, but like a little bit.
Okay.
That's my only frame of reference for a person that I do know who their name is. But
Okay.
anyway, Taylor Swift has a song with Post Malone, and it's really good. It's got an awesome like synthy backing track to it that I'm a big fan of. So I don't hate Taylor Swift because I'm putting in the work to be a better husband and dad than I was before. And that's the best I can do.
Oh man. I don't love anyone enough to listen to Taylor Swift for them. I just don't.
That's fair.
I think it's fair. So I don't hate Summer Games Fest. It like
Are you sure?
yeah, I don't hate it. I don't
Yeah.
love it as much as E3, but I don't hate it.
Mhm.
And like this is what we have. And
Yes.
sometimes you got to make lemonade, you know what I'm saying?
Hey man, like you say you would never listen to Taylor Swift for somebody, but that's the same like you're forcing positivity about it. And I think that's like a healthy thing to do about this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Because like I have a ton of pessimism about Summer Game Fest, but if I was being rational, there will undoubtedly be many games shown that I am excited to play.
Totally.
So focus less on like the bad shit and focus on the good shit. The problem comes like the Sony State of Play when there wasn't really any good stuff outside of one game.
Astrobot.
But there will be good stuff at Summer Games.
Right.
So yeah, I don't hate it either.
Yeah. Hey, if you're listening and you're an old curmudgeon like us and you miss the heydays of E3 and Weed 3 and Bow 3.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Man, the year of the bow. Come on, son.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe get a little
Closely
bit...
followed by the year of the grappling hook.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Maybe get a little bit of our energy in your life, you know? Like find
our
the
energy...
things to look forward to.
Our energy over the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Ignore the preceding 4.5 hours. But like over the last 5 minutes, get that energy going.
Yeah, that's right.
But that's going to do it for this episode of the Shea Hates Everything podcast. Thank you all so much for listening. If you enjoyed, consider subscribing, following, doing whatever you need to do. Leave us a rating. Ideally 5 stars, but like do whatever you got to do. Leave us a review. We'll read it. Tell your friends. That's the most important part. We had a random influx of a lot of listeners over the past month, which was very exciting.
Probably because of me.
So, it's probably because of you. So if you're a new listener, welcome. Hopefully you didn't just like listen to the episode from a couple months ago that you downloaded first and then regret downloading the other ones and are now not listening to this one.
Yeah.
But if you are listening, welcome and thank you for checking out the podcast. Also tell your friends, because I bet you a friend told you. So now tell your friends. This is a multi-level marketing.
But don't tell the friend who told you, because that's not productive.
True.
It has to be
unless they stop
friend.
listening. It's possible they stopped listening. You could tell them about that.
Yeah,
or like remind them.
Yeah, you could tell them, hey, they talked about you on the podcast and you stopped listening. They talked about you stopping listening.
Yes. Jessica and John and Ryan,
Aaron,
and Jacob, and Bethany. That's super common of a name. Kim and Lindsay. Now you can be like, oh my gosh.
Okay, don't even get me started on Kim and Lindsay. They love Taylor Swift.
Hey, that's SEO, baby. I said positive things about Taylor Swift. Bring all the Swifties. Actually, no, they'll uncover like some random shitty thing I said 15 years ago.
Oh yeah, no, that stuff exists. We were
culture.
humans in the early aughts. That stuff exists.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the end. Enjoy Summer Game Fest. We will do our best to enjoy it as well. We will see you back next month, where I'm sure we'll talk about all the big stuff that hit. Other games we've been playing, like Paper Mario 1000 Year Door, and maybe #Blood. And then we'll go from there. Peace out.